It's California or bust for the Disc Golf Pro Tour from Stockton, California. The OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports. Welcome to Tournament Central. Grant Zellner in studio alongside Zoe Andyke.
Hi, everybody. On the ground here in beautiful Stockton, California. It is day one for the competition for the OTB Open, and we are so excited to be back on the West Coast. The players are excited that it's like summer weather out here. We're going to see 80 and 90 degree temperatures, and right away, getting into the FPO action, we have got some highlights here from Sai Ananda and Kat Murch. Coming off of strong win for Sai Ananda and also a very, very, I would say, commanding win last weekend from Kat Murch. These players have been preparing to be in California for at least 6 months. So many people have been looking forward to this vibe, and now here we are, back for the OTB Open.
Sai Ananda won Texas State's, recently placed third behind Owen Scoggins and Katrina Allen at the Masters Cup, and it took some time off prior to that, so is refreshed and ready to go. Will be going along with the Pro Tour for a number of weeks in a row, starting with this week. And we get a look at Sai Ananda the last time we saw her in action at Texas State's, where she issued just an absolutely stellar performance, showed no sign of nerves, was really ratcheting her play up since the beginning of the season, each week playing a little better and a little better until she capped it off with that victory.
And just dialed on her putts, confidence levels high. We see the celebration, so much personality for Sai Ananda. We see her being completely loved with Owen Scoggins and Kristen Tatar, Holland Hanley. What a big win for Sai Ananda.
We heard from Sai in yesterday's press conference.
I'm definitely trying to take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Like, the win obviously feels great, and then you prove to yourself that you have the capability of taking that win. So I think there's a little bit of confidence there, but this field is incredible. So, I mean, at any point, any of these girls could have that round. So I definitely tried not to let it go to my head too much. Still kind of keep the game plan the same. Top 10 would be amazing. Top 5 would be amazing. And then, I mean, a top card finish also. So, you know, just keeping those goals the same and giving myself good opportunities.
Just so impressive to hear the confidence, the quiet confidence there from Sai Ananda. She's got goals, she's got reasonable goals, and once again, we get a look at how during the course of this 2023 season, she has been ramping her play up week in and week out. Very curious to see how she'll do during this long stretch on tour, beginning with this week.
And couldn't have said it better there, Grant. Sai, although being a pretty young player, has quite a bit of experience in comparison to the field. Sai's been playing disc golf literally since she was, I think, 10 years old, and started playing pro before she even had her driver's license. When we hear her talk in those interviews about how it's the first round, calm, cool, and collected, that's an experienced player, no matter what the age, actually.
She'll have to overcome the talents of many in this field, including one, Kat Murch, coming off of that victory at the Jonesboro Open. Kat Murch is playing at a very high level, and she's gotten over that hump of winning that first DGPT event. What do you expect from Kat this week?
Well, I see a lot of confidence. I see a lot of comfortability. But one thing I really want to point out about Kat Murch is that she is not, and I mean seriously not, letting anyone break her focus. She actually is taking all of this time this week and the entire trip over to the West Coast to herself, I think in her own words, to collect her and protect her energy. So Kat Murch is really focusing on coming out strong just off of this really big win, like you said, over the hump of the first Elite Series win. Kat wants to maintain the confidence and the feelings from Jonesboro and come out strong here in California.
Kat has been very open all along about the role of the mental aspects in her game and has been doing a great job of dialing herself into individual events and situations, handling the bad kicks when they come, the bad luck, and coming back strong sometimes even after bad stretches during the course of her round, sort of salvaging the round by the end. It shows a lot of maturity in, as you said, Zoe, a very, very young player.
That's right. And again, just being prepared for today, taking all of this, I guess, travel and this new experience of a win all in for herself, and really just kind of hanging out, doing the lone wolf, as she calls it, act. Kat is ready to be solo and perform here for herself and for her fans. Pretty phenomenal. I got to point out the personality in Kat's game also comes out through her amazing play. She's got shot shapes for sidearm and backhand, and again, just continues to mature in not only her disc golf game, but off the course as well.
After a short break, we will take a course preview here from the OTB Open.
Champion, Katrina Allen.
She's done it. Kristen Tatar.
Champion, Oakland and Austin. Paige Pierce.
And we are back here live on the ground at Tournament Central. And we're getting ready to take a look at the UPlay Disc Golf Impact Report. Partnered with the Disc Golf Pro Tour to deliver the Community Connect program, a place where disc golf meets education system. Whether it's a youth organization or a school, UPlay selects a property, comes in with an entire professional staff, teaches disc golf, and then donates the equipment to the schools. Also, due to our partnership with UDisc, are able to give a putter to every student to take home and a Trash Panda Mini as well. These students are not leaving without resources to play disc golf throughout their entire future. They get QR coded stickers from UDisc so they can access disc golf anywhere. And this is one of the coolest programs I have ever been a part of. It is really awesome to see Ella Hansen as the director on the ground. Let's check out the impact report from Jonesboro. The fifth stop on the Elite Series Disc Golf Pro Tour events brings us to Jonesboro, Arkansas. Also bringing us to the fifth UPlay Disc Golf Community Connect teaching event. It all goes down at Valley View Intermediate School, thankful to the connection of Coach D and Alan Williams, local disc golf enthusiasts. Principal Ella Bradsher connected us with her PE teachers, and we were able to teach the entire 6th grade class of 132 students last Tuesday. The school and the entire Valley View district are now committed to teaching disc golf, and we consider this a huge success due to the fact that Jonesboro, Arkansas is a hotbed for disc golf development.
Thanks for that report, Zoe. And now a closer look at Swenson Park. Let's get that course preview.
Welcome to the West Coast. We're here in Stockton, California at the Swenson Park Golf Course for the 2023 OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports. I'm Brian Earhart, and today we're going to talk about the Leonard Muse style of disc golf course design here at Swenson Park. Let's zoom in on a couple specific holes out here and take a deeper look. Hole 11 is a 669-foot FPO and 834-foot MPO par 4 with lots of options to consider. The initial tee shot is a huge water carry, and the farther and more right you go with it, the closer you are to the ideal hyzer second shot over the water to the green. If your drive lands near the middle or left side of the fairway, you're forced to deal with these massive guardian oak trees with very low-hanging branches, making this one of the most well-protected greens on the entire property. You can try throwing a low-line drive straight under the ceiling and slide up to the pin, or you can test your sidearm power and smash a flick down the left side and flare skip into the circle. No matter how you choose to play hole 11, every shot must be well executed. On to hole number 17, the iconic Peninsula hole. When the wind picks up here, it's definitely the most nerve-wracking second shot on the entire course for a lot of players. The opening tee shot is a low-ceiling driver with lots of speed and hopefully some skip at the end. The goal here is to cover at least 350 to 400 feet to get yourself to a lie where you can make a decision to run at the green for birdie. The interesting part about this hole are the mounds that are placed perfectly to tempt players to play shorter than they'd like in order to play from flat ground. If you get a hold of your drive and end up landing on one of the mounds, the up or downhill footing for your second shot can be just annoying enough to cause you to overthink and put your approach in the water. Despite the course being on relatively flat ground, Leonard Muse has done a phenomenal job of creating a variety of shot options for players to choose from, as well as tension and discomfort at very intentional moments on this course. It's shaping up to be yet another great week of competition here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart.
In important disc golf news, a judge has granted Natalie Ryan's motion for a temporary restraining order allowing Ryan to play in the OTB Open. The hearing took place Wednesday in Sacramento amid the ongoing lawsuit filed by Ryan on the basis of Ryan being transgender and playing in the FPO division. Disc Golf Pro Tour Director and CEO Jeff Spring spoke at yesterday's press conference just after the decision was announced.
We filed an appeal. We certainly disagree with the decision and are a little disappointed in the decision, but at the same time, we're ready to comply respectfully with the decision. So, I think Natalie is already on site practicing, and we expect her to register to play, and we're sending her a registration link. So, we've got a lot of experience, having a safe environment, harassment-free for all of our competitors, every stop of the tour, whether it's last year or the year before, a lot of experience with Natalie competing. So, we're prepared to, welcome Natalie to play and make sure that it's a great environment for all competitors, including Natalie. We try to provide a safe environment for all of our competitors, regardless of the week or the competitor. So that will go forward as normal. I think that generally, we are, in an environment right now that, I would just say to everyone, that we need to respect each other as humans, that we need to, kind of let this play out in the courts, really, where it is, and be respectful of each other. The Disc Golf Pro Tour, knows that trans rights are human rights, and that these are humans we're talking about, and I think everybody needs to remember that and do our best to be kind to each other, to take the temperature down. We are just not that far removed from having Natalie compete regularly on tour, celebrating her victories last year, so on and so forth. The matter at hand is really one of competitive fairness from the PDGA's perspective and the tour's perspective through the policy that they updated last year. That's based on 11 peer-reviewed studies that were submitted into the the file when that policy was created, among a lot of other information. So, I think that there's a good process that is laid out for appeal. Natalie went through that, and that was granted, so she's playing now. But in terms of social commentary, I'll implore everyone to treat everyone with respect, with kindness, and that's what we'll do here. And so we'll just move forward from this point.
We'll hear from defending OTB Open champion Paige Pierce after the break.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back to Tournament Central from the OTB Open and Swenson Park in Stockton, California. Grant Zellner in studio alongside Zoe Andyke on site. We look to Paige Pierce now, last year's winner, the defending champion, ready to get into action later on this morning.
That's right. Paige Pierce is here. She has taken a little bit of time off due to tendinitis and right shoulder/elbow injury. Paige has said that the time off has done her muscles well. She's feeling good. And after three now practice rounds, is feeling all right. She does not plan to throw at 100% capacity. She does want to throw at about 50 to 70% and thinks that she will be able to golf her way safely, hopefully back to the podium. Paige has done a very good job to pay attention to resting and studying golf. She actually alluded to the fact that she has enjoyed time off, not only enjoying being home and resting, but watching the Disc Golf Network, being a disc golf fan, and connecting with her disc golf roots.
At the press conference yesterday, Paige Pierce described her injury status and set the record straight on her drive to win.
Trying to throw rollers and sidearms, those are the two where I'm not feeling pain, but I'm like tentative and I'm like, is this gonna hurt? And it hasn't so far. So to just like remember that, like, okay, and Seth has told me, like, trust your stuff and let the pain surprise you, because if you expect the pain, you're gonna throw differently and it's gonna cause further injuries. I've received like some criticism of skipping events or not caring, or I mean, lots of things people say are just mean, but you know, I'm just ready to show people that I do care. I don't know how else to say that, but to continue to play tour for 14 years. Like, I'm here and I'm making the decision to come every time, and I care more about disc golf than I ever have. Really, I've found the love and the joy again, and when I'm home, I'm texting friends like, hey, let's go toss. And when's the last time that I've done that? I mean, you can't answer that, but like the last time I've done that was, you know, when I was a teenager. You know, it turns into a job at a certain point and you kind of lose that passion and fire, but that's actually back. And so it's I'm ready to show people that, because it seems like something I've said once was taken out of context, and DGN sometimes turns into the tabloids. And, you know, I'm ready to show the producers, the commentators, the fans, everyone that I care more than ever, and I'm ready to win.
I think that's an important line that she closed with there. I care more than ever, and I'm ready to win. She knows that her drive has been respectfully questioned over the course of maybe the latter parts of last season and into the start of this season. But Paige Pierce is focused and maybe having to get over an injury and pay a lot of attention and the rest involved as well. Maybe that led to that.
Well, and I can't say enough about those last few statements, Grant. Paige loves playing disc golf and plays for the passion of the game. She attributes all 5 world titles to the love inside of her when she's playing disc golf. She's having so much fun playing with her frisbees, and during this interview lets us know she's found that fun, she's rested up, and she's ready to show the world just what she's got inside of her. A very passionate player indeed.
Well, she'll need all of that passion in order to best the field here in Stockton, including Owen Scoggins, who is at present the highest rated competitor in the FPO field. She won just a week ago at the Santa Cruz Masters Cup. She is always in contention, and I expect nothing less this week from Owen.
And Grant, I heard it from her own mouth. Owen is home. Everything is better in California. I would say that's a big boost of confidence in an already solid player.
She brings a lot of joy and passion to the course. We all look forward to watching her compete this weekend. Another quick break, and we will look ahead to the afternoon round in the MPO division right here on Tournament Central.
Practice. It's the difference between good and great. Distractions are obstacles. Eliminate them and see how far you can go.
Drama all the way to the final hole. Kristen to win the Waco Annual Charity Open. She's done it! Kristen to tar.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the sexy sweet and spicy. I find it to be one of the best jerkies I've ever had.
Double G Craft Jerky is jerky with character. It is truly the best beef jerky in the world. They offer an incredible selection of classic flavors, ranging from teriyaki and original to extreme flavors like hot boom sauce and smashed cracked pepper. Every bag of Double G jerky sold contributes to the Double G Children's Foundation, which helps support youth disc golf. Visit doublegjerky.com and use coupon code DGPT on your order and get a free 1-ounce bag of jerky with your order.
And I am standing here joined live right now with Matt Rothstein from the PDGA. Matt, please give us an update. What is going on at the PDGA?
Well, we are, excited this week to be premiering Women's Disc Golf Week. Starts tomorrow, runs for actually 9 days, so this weekend and next weekend. It was a way for us to bridge the gap years between women's global events and try to encourage the tournament directors who are holding these women's events to continue to run their events, to bring new women and girls into the sport. So we've got a number of great benefits going out. All new female members will get 20% off of their membership throughout the month of May. And this week, during Women's Disc Golf Week, all non-member fees are waived for any women or girls playing in a C-tier event, which is great. And then we're actually giving away about 50 mystery boxes as further encouragement to any women and girls who play in a C-tier event or above. So a lot of exciting stuff going on with Women's Disc Golf Week. It's a tradition that we hope to see continue into the future, going along with the Women's Global event.
So a lot of efforts from the PDGA towards supporting women's disc golf.
Absolutely. It's a big initiative for us. It has been for a long time, and we see it all over the sport. It was great to hear Leonard Muse talk yesterday about how much care and attention he was putting into this course to really optimize it for the women, to make each and every hole interesting and competitive. So that's the kind of effort that we love to see. It's the kind of effort that we want to contribute to ourselves.
And you've heard it specially detailed to the FPO field this weekend and women all over the world. Back up to you, Grant.
Thank you, Zoe and Matt Rothstein from the PDGA. Let's take a moment now and preview this afternoon's action. The MPO field leading the way, now ranked number 1 across the board, Calvin Heimberg. Let's hear from Calvin.
I think I'm still kind of just doing the same thing, going out, practicing the course, and trying to put myself in position to win. I've done that a couple times this year so far, so I've been playing well and executing well, but I don't really put too much thought or really listen too much to that because it really doesn't change what I'm trying to do every week, regardless of what everyone's saying. A lot of opportunities, and then there's also some OB that can come into play, but I'm playing this course pretty aggressive. It kind of depends a little on the wind, but I think the wind's going to be down, not too windy this week. So it'll be a pretty aggressive play, and I hope to get a lot of birdies.
World number 1 in virtually every metric. I don't know if there is a weakness in his game. Zoe, you're on the ground there. Any quick thoughts about Calvin?
Well, I think he actually delivered it best in the press conference. Calvin's going to win, and he is going to be the best because he's focused on one shot at a time, and he's going to execute that as well as he can. And with a player of that kind of talent, I would say the field really needs to be trying to chase him down.
We're closing in on live disc golf action from Swenson Park here at the OTB Open. After one more break, we'll be back with final thoughts from Tournament Central.
Go long. Whoa.
Hey, over here.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Early cards nearing the end of their opening 9. Final cards getting ready to tee off here at Swenson Park. So far, Natalie Ryan, Emily Beach, Jessica Weiss, and a host of players tied for 4th, leading the way. We're going to sign off here from Tournament Central. I'm Grant Zellner. Zoe Andyke, thank you for your insights. I hope you have a great day on the course.
Thank you, Grant, and enjoy the show out there. I know we're going to love it here from California.
After a long trek across the country, Swenson Park sets the stage for the continuation of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Sunshine and warm weather are in the forecast, along with booming drives, gap shots, tight OB lines, and plenty of birdie opportunities. This is the OTB Open, presented by MVP Disc Sports. Perfect conditions out here, 64 degrees, humidity at 64%. The winds are down at just 5 miles per hour, thanks to our friends providing some Canna current conditions. Welcome into the booth, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside four-time world champion and Hall of Famer Valarie Jenkins. Val, we're here. Everyone made that long trek. Most people talked about 30 hours from Arkansas over here to California. We're ready for the Disc Golf Pro Tour to get back on track.
Yep. Welcome to the West Coast. I'm excited for this swing of tournaments, and this is a fun tournament to watch, especially if you got a big arm. You talked about big booming drives, but it is a tricky golf course. There's a lot of things that the players still need to be aware of. It's not just big hyzer shots all day. You have to still play the game of golf.
And speaking of playing, there's been some big news here, of course, on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Most of it just releasing in the last 24 hours. We see that Natalie Ryan has been granted opportunity to play here, and if you want to take a look at the ruling in Ryan versus the PDGA and the DGPT case, as I read from the judge, quote, plaintiff is prevented from competing in the OTB Open based on exclusivity on her status as a transgender woman. This policy was created to draw lines that exclude transgender women. Thus, it appears that there is an intentional act that includes individuals based on their protected status as transgender women. That was all released yesterday, and also on Natalie Ryan's Facebook. She had talked about today being a momentous win for trans athletes, and I will see you at the OTB. So she is here and in the field, and she is out there competing. We also, just as the news came down, just before the press conference yesterday, our CEO of the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Jeff Spring, was talking about this very situation.
Just got the decision, actually just recently, that the TRO is granted against the PDGA and the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So right now, we filed an appeal. We certainly disagree with the decision and are a little disappointed in the decision, but at the same time, we're ready to comply respectfully with the decision. So, I think Natalie is already on site practicing, and we expect her to register to play, and we're sending her a registration link. So, we've got a lot of experience, having a safe environment, harassment-free for all of our competitors, every stop of the tour, whether it's last year or the year before, a lot of experience with Natalie competing. So, we're prepared to, welcome Natalie to play and make sure that it's a great environment for all competitors, including Natalie.
Yeah, Natalie Ryan started off 4 under through the first 6. This is a birdie look on 8 to take the solo lead. And she converts. She's 4 under through the first 8 holes. Very first hole, inside the bullseye, parked to get things started. As I said, got 4 out of the first 6. Little hiccup on 7, but then bounced back just a moment ago with the birdie on 8. Again, Natalie Ryan 4 under through the first 8 and currently in the lead. Taking a look at everyone else here that is off and running out at Swenson Park. Emily Beach, 3 under through 7. Sayananda is back on the tour. We saw and heard from her at the press conference yesterday. Excited to see her back. Jessica Weiss is tied up with her at 2 under. Here's your leader, Natalie. T of 9. Just looking to clear the OB to put herself in position to possibly cross on the second shot. Beautiful overhead look here at Swenson Park, and we're going to join our second feature card Looks like they should be ready to go in just a moment.
9:35 foursome this time. First on the tee box from Orange City, Iowa, Juliana Korver.
And of course, some very special memories as we saw Juliana come back here just 2 years ago to make her Disc Golf Pro Tour debut, so to speak. And she'll have a look for birdie on hole 1.
From Rosebud, Arkansas, Kat Murch.
And of course, we can't forget the emotional finish from Kat Murch out at Jonesboro. I'm excited to see what she can do this weekend. This course can really suit her game.
It'll be a short
from Hubbard
drive,
Lake,
looking at
Michigan,
circle 2.
Stacy Haas.
MVP sponsored, Stacy Haas.
Completing this group from Grapevine, Texas, Holland Handley.
And you have to assume the long throwing range that Holland Hanley brings to the table this weekend should work out as an advantage for her. Oh, and skipped just past the basket. Holland deep on this opening 348-footer. And less than a couple of weeks ago, we saw Kat Murch in her home state of Arkansas doing work at the Jonesboro Open. Seeing her the year before bust out and have her best finish ever on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and then she returns here in 2023 to take it down. Val, you and I have been around a long time, and that was certainly one of the more enthusiastic victory celebrations we've ever seen, and rightfully earned.
It is amazing to witness a player that you know has put in the time and been on the tour grinding it out, for them to finally have that breakthrough performance and take down their first big win. You know, it's the diving board. That's when they first make their appearance, and tournaments come easier after that. You know you can break through, you know you can do it, and it just builds a confidence for a young player.
Pretty conservative layup, it looks like, from Stacy.
Yeah, hole 1, there's not a lot of danger. There's not really anything to think about. If you have a chance to run at a birdie putt, I think you should take advantage. Juliana's inside the circle. Cashes it in. Great start.
In talking with Zoe Andyke yesterday, she was saying how she really just needs to now take the successful practice putting that she had out here in the last few days and make sure that she brings it here to the rounds. She said there's quite a difference between that practice putting and when it counts here in tournament time. But she's off to a great start. She picks up the birdie, as does Hanley.
Isn't that always the case? Well, when there's no pressure, when there's nothing on the line, the game of disc golf is just so much easier.
I make almost all my practice putts, so yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Certainly doesn't translate. couple of pars as they tap in. They'll head over to 2. We saw the tee shot a moment ago. Here's Natalie throwing her second.
So now if you have a clean shot, you can throw over the water. That was a narrow gap.
Green flag. She'll have that putt when we return.
Ever since I won Worlds, I had my goals set on another major win. There's no past and there's no future. It's only this moment here.
It's just beautiful to watch Kristen throw the disc. Outright brilliance from Kristen.
The winner of the 2023 PDJ Champions Cup, Kristen Tatar.
You want to play through?
It's parked.
Las Vegas Challenge back-to-back champion, Katrina Allen.
She's done it. Kristen Tatar.
Champion Open at Austin, Paige Pierce.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
I've received like some criticism of skipping events or not caring or, I mean, lots of things people say are just mean, but you know, I'm just ready to show people that I do care. I don't know how else to say that, but to continue to play tour for 14 years, like I'm here and I'm making the decision to come every time, and I care more about disc golf than I ever have. Really, I've found the love and the joy again, and when I'm home, I'm texting friends like, hey, let's go toss. And when's the last time that I've done that? I mean, you can't answer that, but like the last time I've done that was, you know, when I was a teenager. You know, it turns into a job at a certain point and you kind of lose that passion and fire, but that's actually back. And so I'm ready to show people that, because it seems like something I've said once was taken out of context, and DGN sometimes turns into the tabloids, and you know, I'm ready to show the producers, the commentators, the fans, everyone that I care more than ever, and I'm ready to win.
With 10-8,
which stipulates that you just have group consensus.
A little extra fire coming out of Paige Pierce, and just affirming that she is ready to go. She's ready to compete. Of course, sidelined by injury a little earlier this year, but currently in 24th in the tour points, and she has never finished worse than 4th in our Disc Golf Pro Tour standing. So by her standards, and even from what we've seen from her over the last decade, of course, a little bit of an off season for her, and we expect her to make a charging comeback.
And every player needs a little fire to keep them passionate about the game they're playing, especially after 14 years.
Natalie stepping up to the green here of hole number 9. This is to reclaim the solo lead. And the effort is short, so that'll be a par. She's at 4 under, which is also where we find Emily Beach now. 4 under par. They are co-leaders. Sayananda off to a very solid start, birdieing the first 3 holes. Jessica Weiss sitting there at 2 under, along with Luque and Lydia. We said it earlier in the opening, Val, this course, although it does have the OBs, although it is a long course, still looks to be very scoreable.
It sure is, and I feel like it's more about those placement shots. If you're able to execute a drive, you've got the perfect height underneath it, or you've played the skip, you can really get yourself into those opportunity zones and those great landing zones to attack on these longer fairways.
Stacy second. And speaking of those fairways, course designer Leonard Muse, if you saw him in the press conference, has taken course design and analyzing it to just a whole nother level. So serious and so focused on exactly. He was talking about how the women were landing just 10 or 15 feet differently than what he really anticipated on a few of the holes during last year's layout. So he's taken things like that into account and said he wanted to come out and design a course that was challenging them in all the appropriate ways, and it's going to be exciting to see. There were more changes to the FPO side of the layout for this tournament as opposed to what we see on the MPO side this afternoon. So just such focus and dedication here.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like a lot, 15, 20 feet on a 600-foot hole. But when you take into account how far the average pro woman or the top-level pro woman can throw, and you can bring these distances more into their range, you're going to make it more scoreable. You're not only going to put pressure on the drives and the second shots, but the putting as well. So it really brings in all the elements, and it makes for a more exciting and more competitive tournament.
And one of the main features, as we're seeing on this course, is those low lines, kind of the ceiling that forces you to throw lower. When JK, Juliana, was asked about that, she said, that doesn't seem to be much of a problem. I throw relatively low, flat lines anyway. So she thought that might have been one of the keys to her success last year. And from one 5-time world champ to another, Paige just getting her playlist set and ready to go for today's round. Saw that she enjoyed some time last weekend in Lake Tahoe, relaxing. Went right from there to the event. Now Holland Hanley. And a huge drive by Hanley puts her with his standstill forehand, and that should be a tap-in birdie for Holland. Co-leader Natalie Ryan on 10.
Lots of water on hole 10 and a very narrow fairway to hit in the sky.
Kat Merch did go out of bounds off the tee and now has thrown into this rough here on the right side. reminder, it sounds like it has been found. The disc has been found, but a reminder, you have 3 minutes to locate your disc once everyone is looking. As Nicola Castro emerged from the bushes there, he may have been spot on with the location. Val, some of our competitors talked about their journey from Arkansas over here to California. Many of them took the weekend off. A few of them got here right away and were playing at the Masters Cup last weekend. But talk to everyone a little bit of when you have a 30-hour trek ahead of you, and you had an extra week to do it, but what were some of the things you did to keep yourselves sane as you guys were traveling across country?
Listen to books on tape. I was watching movies. Nate was listening. I mean, all the different playlists. You're driving. So whatever you can do to pass the time. But it's a lot of time to kind of develop ideas. That's when you're coming up with the best stuff. But I don't know. When you're out there traveling, you kind of just want to get from point A to point B. Especially middle of the country. There's a lot of open space.
As Murch gets caught up, so she's still short, struggling on 2. Natalie's second shot. And that should be a par for Natalie Ryan. We'll see her and our final feature card on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
How is your putter release so powerful even as far out as 50 feet? A lot of the power on my putt is generated from like a little finger pop / wrist action at the very end. Hold a disc in your hand even when you're sitting down on a couch. You can kind of just pop it up. Try to like pop the disc vertical. Do this and just slowly practice getting it higher, and you're just really trying to use your wrist, not really your arm. That's how I do it, and that's a tip to how you can do it too.
We're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Monetary value, yours has more.
All our competitors trying to capture a birdie or two of their own. There's plenty out here at Swenson Park this weekend. Natalie on the tee of 11. Moments ago, Emily Beach bogeyed hole 9. So Natalie sitting at 4 under as your solo leader.
And it's interesting to see how these players that are out on the course already, how they've attacked the front 9. We've seen some players get off to that scorching start in the first couple of holes. Sayananda 3 for 3. But Emily Beach, slower start, but then birdied 6, 7, 8.
From Pensacola, Florida, Paige Pierce.
Pierce off and firing very quickly on 1. She'll be in circle 2.
From Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
Oh, looking for that to skip hard left to give her a look.
Throwing third from Pensacola,
Circle's edge or
Florida,
so.
Madison Walker.
Madison looking for a big skip. Give herself a look.
Person from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen.
This is a great angle for the skip. Great distance, right inside the bullseye. Beautiful start for Hansen. Just don't break an ankle. Jeez.
Enough with the parkour, Ella, all right? This is parked hole 1. Here's Holland.
Next up from Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
277 feet to this basket. Well done.
And we're taking a look at it again. Thanks to our friends at Sunstein Law for this patented moment. Holland Hanley currently has more birdies on tour than any other FPO competitor. Got to thank our friends at Sunstein Law. If you have any copyright or any intellectual property that you need protected, they'll help you out. As we take a look, as I just mentioned, birdies are better, 161 for Holland Hanley. That's averaging 6.19 per round. Kristen Tatar has a few less, averages a few more per round, but just incredible going out there and getting it done. This is, of course, all at all of our major elite and silver events this season. Thanks to our friends over at Statmando for the breakdown. Pierce from circle 2. Man, that looks like the life right now, Val.
Yeah, just laying back, watching disc golf happen live. It's similar to what we're doing. You're in the same position.
Madison Walker finds the bottom of the basket to start out with a birdie. As you would expect from Scoggins. Hole 1 playing relatively easy, average 2.7. A little more than 30% of our field capturing a birdie on the first hole. And Hansen off to the great start. Now back with Murch. And what a great bounce back after the double bogey struggle she had on hole 2. Comes back with the birdie on 3. And let's take a look at what we need to do here on hole 2, Val.
So this is kind of a new hole. It's been adjusted. There's a lot of low ceiling throughout this fairway. You can see we've got the OB line riding the left-hand side the entire way. And then as we approach the second part of the fairway, there's that wall of trees that players need to be aware of. That's where we saw Cat Murch get into. And then the green nestles into this little hobbit hole through the trees. Can you get your shot through there and approach the green? We've seen plenty of birdies on hole 2, but it's a matter of giving yourself the opportunity. Can you land in an open shot off of your tee shot? And then how aggressive can you be on your second? And it's tough when you're trying to get the big distance off of the tee, but you know you have to keep it low. You have to just judge that height perfectly.
And Holland Hanley completes the turkey, 3 for 3 to get her round started.
Doesn't get the full flight out of that one, but she uses all the height on this fairway.
And Hansen connects very early. Pierce should be in good position with that tee shot. This is Natalie Ryan on 11.
The basket is so close to the water's edge.
Looks like she's going to opt for the safer play, trying to keep the water out of play by going the left side route. Green flag inbounds.
Ella has so much distance to recover from, but she throws it just a little too high and not able to penetrate fully. She'll have a long distance putt.
Should be left with a C2 edge putt for birdie. Scoggins also is hung up short. And although in California we're not seeing Owen's husband Justin on the bag, looks like someone else joining her today. Pierce with her second.
And still gets hung up by that branch that really protects discs from coming into the green.
As looks like we have Madison Walker with a long drive in the group. Just got to keep it low, as we've seen a few others hung up. This is low, but looking to skip left.
And she was a little worried about the OB line as it was hyzering out.
And Natalie Ryan trying to get to 5 under.
You have to have some courage when you're putting and you know that the water is so close behind the pin. But you got to take those risks if you want to get the birdies.
And that comes from Circle 2, listed at 38 feet on UDisc. As the sea of people make their way down to hole 2, I want to talk to our friend Zoe Andyke. She's out there on the ground hustling around the course. Zoe, it feels like those low-hanging branches and the ceiling that's provided out here, that seems to be a theme on this course a little bit, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's the theme of the entire course. Players know that they have to have low line drives. And just as we're seeing here on the green of hole 2, Owen and Paige are going to have branches to deal with during their putt. But yeah, it's definitely the theme throughout the course. Players have got to play some fast discs on these fairways.
Appreciate it, Zoe, and we're seeing that Ella Hansen giving that a bid. Still contending with some of those tree branches there.
C2 putting, not online just yet for Paige.
And from a knee, Owen Scoggins just essentially pitching up next to the pin. Here's Walker's look at birdie to go 2 for 2. And Ella is in, and quite the contrast we have from hole 1 versus hole 2, where hole 1 was playing at 2.7. Hole 2 plays at just a little over par, 4.07, and just 13% of our field getting birdies. And after wading through a little bit of a backup, we have Holland Hanley here on the tee of 4.
Hole 4 is the first par 5 on the course that we'll see. Almost 900 feet. A lot of space on the drive. She's in good position.
Natalie Ryan on the tee of 12.
You don't want any of those birdies, I'll tell you that.
No, it looks safe. And if you want to get around the course in the best possible way, we're going to take a look at your keys thanks to blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Take it away, Val.
So we talk about it. If you've got the big drive, this is a boomer's paradise. But it's not like a traditional golf course that we do see out on tour. There's a lot of tricky shot shapes. You have to know the angles that you're attacking off of the tee, keep them low if you've got the low ceiling. And I'm expecting C1X putting to be the shining star for players to actually get those birdies and for them to be able to score and keep up with the top of the field.
Speaking of the course, we'll take a look at our UDisc course close-up out here at Swenson Park in Stockton. World's 7th best disc golf course. In terms of your traditional golf shared property, designed by Leonard Muse, rated 4.7 on UDisc. The FPO layout is a lengthy one, over 9,000 feet. It's a par 67, and as I just said, it's the longest FPO course so far here in our 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour campaign. And major change was hole 7 was shortened to just 285 to bring the water more into play. Head on over to UDisc, download it today. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. Scoggins on the tee of 3.
This hole sets up perfectly for Owen. It's a great sidearm shot, just 277 feet. That will work. I just love to watch the angles that Owen throws, especially when she gets them on point and she could really shape the shot of the disc. Madison leaves that one inside. That right-hand gap is a little more narrow than this wide sidearm line, which is, I feel like, more forgiving.
And really only at Swenson do we have competitors contemplating if they need to wait for a fox to clear out of the fairway or not. That's exactly what it looks like Ella is doing. Last night, Eagle McMahon was talking about how he was out here practicing and a fox came and grabbed his disc during practice and then ended up walking off with it. And then Eagle had to chase it down to eventually retrieve the disc, which the fox may have left its mark on at that point as well.
Wow. Yeah. These are it's the only course we're having these kind of conversations about it. I'm thinking, yeah, of course you want to wait for that distraction. You don't want the fox to come into play. You don't want to hit the fox because you don't want to hit it, but you also don't want that to affect your throw. A lot of things to think about.
Holland with her second shot on 4. Back with Natalie Ryan.
Another over the water shot. Did she judge the distance?
Inside circle 2.
You gotta be to be safe. Water comes in and OB behind the basket as well. It's gonna be a disappointing par for Madison, but she gets her upshot close enough to make that easy. She's still got swagger though. Feeling it.
Pierce forced to pitch up, does so with a standstill forehand. So Hansen leaving herself considerably short after that second shot. The step putt doesn't fall, so she's going to take a bogey. I was talking earlier, hole 3 also playing as one of the easier holes so far, so that's going to be especially punishing for Ella Hansen.
Yeah, one of the shortest holes. There's no danger really, but those few trees speckled down the fairway can really make it difficult. And the fact to see Owen miss that putt, that would have been a huge opportunity for her. We're seeing almost 40% of the field get the birdie on hole 3. This should be one that you're just checking the box, get the drive there, walk away. But we're seeing these players think about it a little bit more.
So a par by Walker, a par here by Pierce. Hansen's going to be in for bogey. And Owen is also going to be parring, so not what you'd expect. Here's Natalie Ryan for birdie. It's from circle 2, but doesn't get it to drop. She remains your leader at 5 under. We'll be right back.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Forget about all those who have come before you. There's more than one way to spin a disc. Find your line.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting
Could get it
anomalous
out.
critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
It's always so exciting when we get new plastics of the Passion, but I always end up falling back on the stock ones. And I like to say its closest counterpart is the Buzz. I think my absolute favorite way to throw it is dead straight and just watch the beauty of a straight flight. They've become a staple in the Discraft lineup and also in people's bags, and to know that people everywhere are enjoying the Passion as much as I am, that's just really exciting for me.
Welcome back to the tee of 4 with Owen Scoggins.
Again, low ceiling off the tee. That's all you really need. Just punch it out into the open. But if you want to get more aggressive, you need to get big distance off the tee shot.
Hanley from circle 2 over the top of the basket.
There is an OB line riding the left-hand side of the fairway, the first part of the fairway, I should say. So staying on the right like Madison just did is a much safer route. It's a great line from Paige.
And truly the greatest distance that we've seen from any of our 3 competitors so far.
And then there's Ella.
Looking to set up a roller.
And that's what low ceiling, it sets up perfect for that. Unfortunately, she hangs up on that last tree out the gap. Could bring in trouble. We'll see if she's safe or not.
This is Holland for par. So the birdie streak will end at 3. Our leader, Ryan, at hole 13.
Just 314 feet. Attackable birdie hole on 13. So Ella safely inbounds, but way short of ideal. This hole takes a turn to the right, but you have to get around the corner of trees. It's going to require a big shot from Ella. Finds its way into the woods.
Take a look at our Texas State's champion in Sayananda back here on the tour. Off to a great start. She's 4 under through the first 5.
Sai is just one of those consistent players. She stays away from the bogeys, doesn't get into too much trouble.
See a little bit, some wind bouncing the second shot up and down there for Madison Walker, but she stays clean. Yeah, Sai was just talking about how she feels like that might be a little bit of momentum in taking down the victory, just really reassuring herself that she is a very competitive and a serious competitor, and that she may even have a chance to win a world championships at some point in the professional division, of course being a amateur world champ. And big shout out to our friends at Flight Factory for our overview drone shots throughout the weekend. See a slight slip there by Owen. And our friends over at FlightFactoryDiscs.com are offering up a promo code DGPT10 will get you a discount. So make sure you head over there, type in DGPT10 for your discount code. Big drive for Pierce, getting the cameraman to turn around.
That's always a good sign. You can see she's in great position, just looking straight at the basket. Great potential for birdie from Paige.
Long look for birdie for Natalie Ryan.
Yeah, it's a safe layup. Don't need to bring those trees into play if you're not close enough to the basket to be aggressive on a putt. This shows us a great overview of hole 4. That huge clump of trees, that's what really shapes the corner, and the players are trying to throw on the left side there and then bend it around to the right. So we're making our way to the corner now.
And speaking of that corner and the trees on the right side, we're seeing Owen at the moment, Zoe, but talk to us about Ella's lie on that right side. Is she going to be able to get out of there?
Yeah, Terry, it was a great choice for a second shot roller to recover all that distance. However, the headwind suspended her disc and turned it over faster than she wanted. She actually is pretty, I'd say a couple meters inside of that tree line early. It's looking like it's going to be a pitch out for Ella.
Thanks for the insight, Zoe.
And we're sending out the search party. Everyone. Seemed easier than I thought.
Hannah Stevanovic out of Tucson has a long birdie look here on 13. Oh, and she cashes it in.
Hello.
Never too late for a birdie. Now, what a spicy putt. Thanks to our friends over at the Halal Guys. As Hannah runs that one down. Make sure you go check out the Halal Guys. Find a location near you if you need to pick up some, well, it doesn't have to be spicy, but if you're going to be in tune with the Disc Golf Pro Tour, it should be. As Ella Hansen doesn't have much except for a pitch out here.
So, normally we see players going through that kind of archway, the sponsor archway, but Holland takes a different route. It is not a mandatory, and that was an absolute crush.
Seen quite the scoring separation take place here on hole number 5 throughout today. ranging everywhere from 4s to 8s and everything in between. Excuse me, here on hole 4, that is.
Well, I think there's some adjustments to be made on this hole for Ella in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, she certainly normally feasts on par 5s, par 4s, and par 5s, and at best looking to walk away with a par here today.
Not only did Madison get hung up by the trees, but she still has that tree in her stance, or probably her arm swing. And she needs a full throw to get to the pin.
Low with too much angle out of the forehand approach here by Madison Walker. Maybe lining it back up, second guessing what she had just done. And that is a par here for Natalie Ryan on 13. She's sitting at 5 under, currently tied with Emily Beach, also at 5 under. Scoggins will be in circle 2.
Paige is just cruising along. That's not a drop-in putt. She could have put a little bit more heat on that to make it easier on herself, but she is really playing this hole flawlessly up to this point.
Pierce still looking for her first birdie. She's without one through the first 3 holes. Here's Natalie on hole number 14. She may have a look now. Walker assessing her options. A good bid by Walker. Had enough power. Just too high for her. Not only did we think the previous miss was not very own-like, but the fact that she didn't draw any metal on that miss really almost raises a little eyebrow. Moment of concern there for Scoggins. Just so uncharacteristic. And a great putt for Ella Hansen. Wow, she had to work very hard just to card the par here on hole 4.
Yeah, she fought for every single shot on this hole to get that par. But beautiful putt. And that's going to help build some confidence as we head and continue on with this course. Can you make those putts that are just a little bit outside? The putts you need a little bit extra power behind. And look how far Owen is still from the basket. Cashes that in for her bogey.
Yeah, online and comes in with authority, but Maybe that'll be the little turn she needs to get things going, get back on track with the putter. Now Pierce to pick up her first birdie of the round.
Dead center. Great putt from Paige.
And Pierce mimicking what we're seeing by our leaders in, well, at least in Emily Beach, in that Emily didn't get any of the first 3 holes, and her first birdie was on hole 4. Beach currently sitting at 6 under through 13. Back with Corver. This is her second on hole 5. That is tracking right to the pin. Beautiful shot by Corver. Near bullseye hit. Natalie has a long birdie look on 14. That's from circle 2.
Wow. Huge putt.
It's going to be Natalie's 7th birdie of the round. And this is a long eagle bid coming from Holland Hanley. And really not much of a bid. She's going to pitch it up next to the basket. Not quite as close as you'd want to be, though, for a tap-in birdie, especially when you're that close with an eagle look.
And speaking of birdies, I'm looking back on last year. The best score we saw in a round was round 2. Paige Pierce shot a 10 under bogey free. She finished the tournament at 11 under. So that just tells you what she did last year in those other 2 rounds. Scoring is available. And then with these course changes this year, I think even more birdie opportunities. So we're seeing what Natalie's able to do on this course. We're looking back here at last year, seeing Paige. It was a close battle to the very end and really made it interesting in those last few holes of the tournament. She was going neck and neck with Natalie the entire way. And there were definitely some troubles in that final round. From going from 10 under, she had 2 birdies in the front 9 in that final round, 2 bogeys in the back 9. And Natalie found trouble on the last 2 holes. They were tied at hole 16. Natalie found OB on 17 and then threw OB twice on 18. Paige Pierce is your defending champion with that huge putt on 18.
I'm gonna wait for them. Okay. Looks like they're
Goose crossing.
I wouldn't wait if I wasn't throwing a roller. Like.
Yeah, that'd be so good.
At least they're making their way across the course.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than waiting for somebody at a light or something, and then they just, kind of nonchalantly take their time to cross while you're waiting on them. Oh, and Holland, what a mistake. After the huge drive, she had the layup for eagle and then doesn't convert on the birdie. Natalie on the tee of 15.
It's okay.
15, 299 feet. Back with Pierce. Pierce, the roller. And gets hung up by one of the right side trees and stops almost immediately. Not much forward progress there. Nice clean shot for Hansen.
So I did check the caddy book. the truss here immediately off the tee on 5. It is not a mandatory. You can choose that alternate shot. Hole 15, where we just saw Natalie throw from off the tee shot, that is a triple mando. So important to be aware of these different course rules and how these obstacles come into play. Because we saw Holland Hanley taking that interesting route.
And going with a roller, we see Ratana here on hole number 15. Trying to take that left side gap and keeps it clean. Inside circle 1 with a look at birdie. And we've talked about the strategies out on this course as to when our competitors will go with rollers. We saw the huge roller by Holland Hanley a few moments ago. We saw the attempt by both Ratana and Paige Pierce also on a couple of different holes. There was one by Ella Hansen last year, Anthony Barella on the FPO side.
Wow, that's as far as I can throw in a distance shot to where his roller landed. He doubles up, and I will forever be amazed by the roller shot and the players that can control it to that type of accuracy.
So Holland, oh no, that was her par look. So she took an eagle opportunity, a long look at eagle, and ultimately walked away with a bogey. That's gonna sting.
That's the exact word that was in my head too. I mean, the roller coaster of emotions just in finishing off one hole.
Scoggins second. No putting will be required there. Looks like a tap in coming for Owen Scoggins.
It's Iowa. Not help from here. Please, inside a second.
You'll be all right, Owen. Don't you worry about it.
Let's see how Holland Hanley bounces back after the bogey on the previous hole. Nice clean tee shot.
It's nice on a course like this where you can have a little aggression and you do have the chance to unleash it on the next hole.
Walker with her second. Just going to need this to skip hard. And hangs it too wide. And back on 15, Ratana with a birdie look. And it looks like she was actually still in circle 2 with that, but should be a par. Solid forehand by Hansen. That'll give her a look for birdie. Natalie from circle 2. Not much of a bid. Looks to be just a layup there on 15. And your new leader, Emily Beach, sitting at 7 under through 14 holes. Emily, like Natalie, has a single bogey on her scorecard. Sayananda just picked up her first bogey of the tournament. She's still sitting at 3 under through 6. Not quite enough bend there by Walker to get around the tree and track toward the basket, so it looks like she'll have a par most likely coming up. Pierce from about 42 feet.
That one was online this time. Ella inside the circle. But she's going to have to reach out to the right side to get around this tree. Great putt from Ella. And I'm really seeing on these longer holes just how important it is to get close to the basket. There's a lot of greens that are protected by a circle of trees or a wall of trees. And so you really have to penetrate through those trees to give yourself a clean look at the pin.
Easy cleanup for Walker. Should be the same for Pierce. And Owen Scoggins in for birdie. Hanley with her second shot on the par 5. Wow, and throws that right into the ground, and not only is it low, but then takes a roll to the right, making virtually no progress whatsoever on this par 5. What a huge mistake by Hanley. And Natalie's tee shot on 16 gets the green flag.
So that roll to the right brings Holland OB. She's now throwing 4. And we are hearing some wind, and I know that wind can always be a factor out here, but it's relatively calm to what we saw last year.
Zoe, we've got to wonder, is the wind getting a little squirrely out there? Is that what we're seeing?
Well, it's a good speculation, Terry, but actually no. Just a couple miles an hour out here, and I think that the conditions are so nice that potentially players could be overthinking it.
So what you're saying is they're making it harder on themselves than they should be. I love that we have these scoring conditions, and it's giving certain players that chance. I mean, to see Emily Beach take full advantage, to string up the birdies, and all you have is the course and the obstacles that the course lays out for you. So really, like Zoe's saying, there shouldn't be any excuses.
Our final feature card is backed up, so we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs. Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium, premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. The foundation's First Putt initiative puts 50 discs and 1 portable basket in the hands of PE teachers across the United States at no cost to the school. We've already sent First Putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. If you want to be a part of this movement, visit SakiBombFoundation.org. Thank you for growing the sport of disc golf with us.
Welcome back, Ella Hansen on the tee of 6. Oh no, and Ella gets hung up by, she gets most of the roll out of that, but ultimately hung up by one of the final trees.
Yeah, no rush. My eye was so swollen yesterday, it was so terrible. Not under the tree.
Owen happy that she's not underneath the tree. Paige lining up a very different angle from what we just saw from Owen.
It's like
And turns over a little too quickly for Madison Walker. So 4 very different shots that we just saw from the tee a moment ago. Now Hanley struggling here on 6.
And left with a lengthy putt on kind of sloping green there.
That should be great position for Pierce.
Yeah, she's getting such nice power and snap and very low arm swing and still able to get so much distance.
Walker, like Owen, very nice second shot. Hansen's second shot.
She had a lot of airspace initially, but toward the end, the flight gets hung up short. Wow, much longer look than I initially thought.
Emily Beach will pick up a par on 15. That's after birdieing 12, 13, and 14. Emily Beach, your leader at 7 under. Clean, somewhat uneventful scorecard there for Stacy, but she's 2 under. This is the second shot by Natalie here on 16. Par 4 at 491 feet. Kat Murch is in for birdie, bouncing back after the struggle she had on hole 2.
And there's plenty of time for Kat to still make moves. Just stay on the birdie train.
Does it swing enough? That'll give her a look. Looks like Owen Scoggins will be next to act. Now, I called out earlier that Justin wasn't on the bag. I've been informed that is Helen Kostoff, an local FA60 competitor who is out there on the bag. So awesome to see a little love and local support. Taking in the action, getting front row action, in fact, as well. You don't have to challenge Owen to have a good time, that's for sure. She'll beat you to the punch every single time. And Pierce right next to the basket. That'll be a tap in.
I feel like hole 6 is one of those holes, choose your own adventure. I feel like everybody, you get off the tee, but it's just a matter of where that tee shot lands and how you're going to play the rest of the hole, or how the hole allows you to play the rest of the hole. Because there are just these 3 walls of trees that you have to get through till you're finally up into that green and you're able to make the putt.
Pierce looking to double her birdie count. Relatively quiet round for her so far, just 1 under through the first 5.
OB very close behind the pin. Elle is not scared. Great putt from her. Low ceiling, uphill. Of course, that OB behind, all lurking in the back of her mind.
With that, Hansen moves to 2 under. Well, it looks like well off the mark for Madison Walker. Madison's still out. She's got 1 birdie and 1 bogey on her scorecard today. The comeback putt, no problem. Scoggins in for birdie. Pierce with a slam dunk birdie. She'll move to 2 under. Ella Hansen now with back-to-back birdies. She's at 2 under, and we'll be right back.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Yeah, if you want to keep it in the fairway on a wooded course, throw a Wombat 3.
Back with Ella Hansen on hole 7. Got a lake on the right-hand side, so the sidearm is the perfect choice to stay safe throughout the entire flight. And Owen leaves this one low, but oh my gosh, it has all the energy to still make it to the pin. It's a very tricky line here from Paige. You have to throw it high enough to get over the plants on the side of the pond, but low enough to get through the trees that are blocking the basket. Well done. This one looks very high for Madison.
Walker gets the red flag. She'll be out of bounds.
And that just shows you that's how tricky that backhand shot can be.
Natalie Ryan on the tee of 17.
Not liking it. And I can't help but think of those memories. Even though it was a year ago, the last 2 holes that she played out here caused her to get second place or to lose the tournament to Paige Pierce. It's a lot of adjustments, I'm sure, mentally, and just maybe the way that she attacks and strategizes these last 2 holes in this course.
And speaking of strategies, are we seeing a little bit of headwind maybe on that tee shot? Was that part of the problem there for Madison? Zoe, can you confirm?
Yeah, Terry, the wind is starting to kick up a little bit, and the players are experiencing pretty good headwind, like a direct headwind from the tee box. I think that's why she chose the hyzer, backhand hyzer, over the water.
And now we're seeing her line up the sidearm shot.
Quite effective as she'll be next to the basket looking at a bogey. Stacey Haas. With her tee shot there on hole number 8.
There's a large grouping of players tie for 5th, and Stacey is one of those.
The second shot by Natalie there on 17, the par 4. Pierce doesn't convert on the short putt. Ultimately will tap in. Ella had laid up to this position, not wanting to mess with any of the slope found on this green. So she is in for par.
Easy peasy birdie there for Owen after an absolute perfect drive.
We're going to be right back on the network.
I'm just following you.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
We're in Georgia. This is my home state. I've played here, all my life, and it just kind of feels natural. Each tee shot out there, I feel 100% confident. That's what I'm out here to do, and I'm not stopping.
That is absolutely perfect.
Too easy for Robinson.
This is insane.
What a putt.
First time major winner, Isaac Robinson.
My mom's always the person I call if I have a bad round, if I have a good round, and she's always been there for me.
My mom is my #1 fan.
I think my mom has been one of the most supportive people of my disc golf journey. My mom has been a huge part in my disc golf career. She's always been encouraging.
I am so grateful for my mom.
I don't think I would be the disc golfer I am today without my mom.
Practice. It's the difference between good and great. Distractions are obstacles. Eliminate them and see how far you can go.
Go long! Whoa.
Hey, over here.
Welcome back. Natalie Ryan now throwing her third shot on 17. Currently your co-leader with Emily Beach.
And this is really where it gets tricky. Fairway tightens up. Just gonna have a decision to make from there.
That is a long look to save par. Back with Stacy.
And he figured out how to do instead of most spin dies are just a circle.
Yeah.
He figured out how to do off-centered ones, so that's why all the little weird
Okay,
bubbles.
sick.
They're mini spins.
Yeah, it doesn't actually make sense to me how you do that. I would think it just has to be a circle.
It's like a turntable. And you,
Offset it on the turntable.
Yep. And then you just have to push really lightly with the die on the Q-tip, and you just to make sure not to move it. When it's in the center, it's easy to keep it there,
sure.
but
That's
the
sweet.
off-center ones, the Q-tip's going up and down along the disc. You know what I mean?
I can't. Waiting for you at 2 a.m. after.
Yeah.
Dying to hear more about that. Now we're back with Natalie Ryan. So Natalie looks to be picking up her second bogey of the day when she completes 17. That'll push her back down to 6 under, which would keep Emily Beach as your outright leader. Jessica Weiss sitting at 4 under. Jessica talked about her mom being out here this weekend, of course, being from Northern California as well. She said that her mom would be volunteering for the first couple of rounds and then likely on the bag come Sunday's round. Pretty exciting. Here's Emily Beach.
A lot of moving obstacles on this drive.
Pitch up by Stacy should be a tap-in par. Snack time for Pierce. Of course, if you head over to the Disc Golf Pro Tour shop, you could pick up some Double G jerky as well. And Murch's birdie look comes in high.
This gives us a great preview of what the green looks like here on 8. To go for these putts, you want to be comfortably inside the circle. And not the best attempt there for Juliana. We've got a bunker. Well, we've got 2 bunkers here. One plays as an OB, traditional OB rules, behind the pin. The OB sand trap on the left plays as a hazard, so you would play from inside that bunker and putt from there. And there's just a mental lapse right now for Holland Hanley. The putts are not dropping in.
And anytime you see a struggle off the tee or even for a long approach out of Owen Scoggins, it often looks like that, where she just puts too much angle on it and throws it almost directly into the ground. And that is very much the case there. That's going to be rough for Owen Scoggins. If you were to ever say, oh, I watched Owen throw an errant shot, that is immediately the shot that you would go to for her, knowing that she forces over so hard on her forehand shots, and sometimes just ultimately the angle comes out too low, throws it right into the ground. Ella trying to get something going. She's birdied 2 out of the last 3.
Great drive from Paige, playing the left-hand route. I think that's the exact line that you want to take. There's less trees if you follow the left-hand line. You're going to make the hole slightly longer as it finishes off to the right, but the more distance you can get on each shot, the better.
Well, and speaking of the strategy here, let's take a look as we fly through it, Val.
Yeah, and like every hole that we've seen, this fairway is just sprinkled with trees all throughout. So you want to do your best to avoid those trees and just get the distance. Paige used that whole left-hand side wide open. You can see there's no out of bounds here on the first couple of shots. You can just unleash and make sure you're capitalizing on the distance. It's under 600 feet, so it is very attackable with the distance for all of our players. But then as we get closer to the basket, We're going to see those bunkers that I'm talking about. That's the hazard bunker there on the left-hand side, and then it's the golf green OB behind. So you need to land that upshot close enough if you want to be aggressive on your putt.
It'll put Owen Scoggins well within range to get up and down and try and save her par. Hole 8, averaging right in the middle in terms of difficulty on this course. 9th most difficult. 4.05 has been the average before our lead card started. Excuse me, our final feature card.
And I can see the errors happening on this second shot because the players are aware of adding that extra stroke if you played a little bit too long. But Madison dials up the power just perfectly to make sure that she gets the distance far enough where she's short of the pin and has room to continue to skip closer to the basket.
As we rolled that Zuka replay, we thank Zuka for their support here on the Disc Golf Network. Now Ella Hansen with her second. Just to about circle's edge, which has to feel still a little bit disappointing for Hansen with the position she was in. And our leader, Emily Beach, with her second shot on 17. Just prime position off the drive. And she's inside circle 1, looking for a birdie on 17. Solid approach by Stacy. Pierce up next.
Leaves that one a little light. She's going to be inside circle 2. And if you're not throwing it far enough on that second shot, your decision's almost made up for you. Paige, it's bringing in a lot of risk if she's going to try and go for that putt. Whereas Owen throws a nice, powerful shot. I believe you can.
Looks like they're trying to get some front row access here, VIP access. Leading the way, trying to get our ducks in a row. Except for with, I guess, they're geese, but nonetheless, Pierce doesn't convert, so not taking advantage of the huge drive. And Hansen does convert.
And that's what I want to see. We know Ella is coming into a tournament like this as one of the front runners. She's a big driver. She can be aggressive, but it's all about making the putts. And unfortunate there for Madison. Does not catch any chains to keep her in the basket.
So Owen Scoggins, after essentially a terrible drive, is still going to walk away with the par. Seeing Pierce do the same. And now Emily Beach from Circle 1 trying to get a 2-stroke lead over Natalie Ryan and what would be 5 over third. And somewhat tentative on the 17th green. So Beach should remain at 7 under. That is 1 in front of Natalie Ryan and 4 in front of Owen Scoggins, Ella Hansen, Deanne Carey, and Jessica Weiss. Trying to pull away from the rest of the field as she has just tapped in. And she is currently your leader with 1 hole left to play in her round. Bullseye hit by Holland Hanley. Stacey Haas conversing with Kevin Kiefer.
I like that idea.
Discussing the footing as she's trying to throw her next shot here on 9. It'll be a long look for birdie for Stacy. All that and more when we come back right here on the network.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out thrilljchallenge.com.
Meet Pure. The most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back as we're watching Cat Merch tap in. Stacy in for par. Corver. Short tap in for par as well. And a great bounce back for Holland Hanley picking up the birdie. Our leader, Emily Beach, on the tee of 18. Hangs that out wide, trying to keep those trees out of play. That should set her up great for a second shot.
To hole 9, it involves throwing over OB almost immediately off of the tee pad. All that tall grass you see, that's all out of bounds. They're trying to throw good 300 feet to get to a landing zone. And hopefully it's clear of the trees and you have a good look on your second shot. This is not a time for Owen to throw low, I'll tell you that. She makes it over the out of bounds, nice and safe. But this whole dog legs to the right, so that angle that Owen took, just gonna make the hole even longer. Maybe even a layup to the water from where Owen is.
That is a huge drive by Pierce. This looks like trouble for Walker. It's got to fight back.
There's no way that's green.
You put up a green?
Yeah.
Zoe, did that get all the way back in bounds for her?
No, Terry, it's quite in the middle of those thistles. Madison will either have to re-tee or take it from her best spot, last in bounds. Yeah, I'm standing at about a 320-foot marker in bounds, and it's about a 275-foot carry, and Madison's disc never made it back onto the far side of the fairway, so she's going to be well back.
All right, appreciate it, Zoe. It looks like she did get confirmation. I think there initially was a call for it being inbounds, and even she was second-guessing it, saying that didn't seem right. As we look at our birdie zone out here, brought to our friends by Birdie Pro, which was recently fully funded on Kickstarter. So if you need to go out and pick up or reserve your copy, you can do so on BoaterBrothers.com. And we're seeing Walker on that short right side, or on that short right side, still out of bounds. So she'll be throwing just to still get over the OB area.
And we're saying where Owen's shot is in that green area. The blue is the birdie zone. That's where you want to be. Owen just outside of that. So longer distance for her from way back there to get over the water that we see on the second part of this hole.
Maybe if Owen picks up an expansion pack to Birdie Pro or something, that she might be able to still capture the birdie even if she's outside of the birdie zone.
Yeah, and maybe if she's a Simon Lizotte player, she'll be able to make it from there.
We'll have to rename it to the Birdie Own.
I don't think so.
I never said my ideas were bright. Here's Walker.
Oh, my.
Big pull.
And almost getting to you, Zoe. She makes it in bounds, but that looked just barely safe. Well, she's in some positive spirits, at least.
Hess on 10. Currently tied for 7th.
I just love the challenge of hole 10. It's a difficult shot for a backhand throw, but when you can execute it just like that, you have a look at a birdie.
Thanks to our friends at FlightFactoryDisc.com, we're seeing the overhead shot here. Trying to cut off the corner. That's that slightly washed out, faded area on that right side. That's all out of bounds, which is where Madison was in the middle of. over at flightfactorydisc.com. You can enter in DGPT 10 during your checkout process, and of course you're going to save yourself a little bit of money thanks to our friends over there. Now Scoggins throwing her second, as you called it, Val, laying up short of the water's edge. She'll be throwing over on her third. Now Murch has a birdie look. Great putt from Kat Murch. She's going to go to 2 under. Back-to-back birdies. And Emily Beach, your leader, at 7 under, trying to close out.
She's keeping it safe all along the 18th fairway.
Yeah, she'll have a look from circle 2. We'll see if she can get to 8 under. Natalie Ryan in the clubhouse at 6 under. Ella's hunting for the basket. And she'll be just deep after flashing in front of it. Great second shot.
What the?
And Pierce making very light work here. She'll be inside the circle looking for birdie.
Did they find Madison?
Yeah.
Hanley has a birdie look.
Wow, and after missing a few short putts, she's looking death in the face and nails that putt dead center of the basket. That's some good redemption right there.
Stacy's birdie attempt, high left side chain. Easy to be tentative for the reason you just mentioned a moment ago. Scoggins with her third. This is leaking left of the pin, but checks up quite quickly due to the longer grass.
When you're playing this hole like Owen is, and the strategy that she plays it, every shot needs to be perfect to walk away with the par.
And Madison is hoping to get up and down and possibly walk away and just limit this to a bogey. She'll need a good shot here. And it feels like 3 or 4 times today we've seen Madison with relatively routine approach shots that she just hangs too wide. That's been on both a forehand line and on a backhand line. So Walker will still have some left work to do just to save the bogey. And Emily Beach has a look from circle 2. This is about 12, maybe 13 meters. She's not going to mess with it, though. She's just going to play for the par. And she has yet to shoot a hot round at a Disc Golf Pro Tour event. And currently, she's in the driver's seat of that title with her 7 under. We'll see if anyone else can challenge that throughout the day. But currently, Emily Beach with the hottest round out of all competitors. She's going to be looking at a 7 under with a single bogey on her scorecard. She started her very first birdie was on hole 4. Her last birdie was on 14. So she got all of the work done in the middle section of the course there.
And Emily Beach is always a name we're mentioning at any Disc Golf Pro Tour event, but it's not necessarily in the second or lead card. So it will be really fun tomorrow to see Emily front and center.
Walker for bogey, and not really a good bid at that. So Walker likely a double bogey coming up. Ella's birdied 3 out of her last 4. So she doesn't convert on the relatively short look here on hole number 9. She's going to remain at 3 under. Scoggins will jam it in for the par. She also will remain at 3 under. And Madison Walker just with an absolute grip lock and launches it at least twice as far past the basket. This is Walker coming back for a triple bogey. And as that splashes out, Madison will be... Wow, actually, I thought she landed right next to the pin. She still has a full 10 or 12 feet to the pin.
That's just what happens on these elevated baskets. If you miss slightly and you've got a lot of power behind, you're going to end up putting back and forth with some lengthy putts.
And that one just barely gets in for Madison. So really quite a collapse that we have not seen out of Madison Walker. I'm going to say in years. I don't know if I've ever seen that from Madison from that range as she went back and forth multiple times. Any momentum Walker had will come to a complete stop there on 9. And Kat Murch back up in the top 10, trying to get some work done here. Emily Beach does tap in. She's at 7 under and currently has a 1-shot lead over Natalie Ryan and 3-shot lead over Jessica Weiss. Solid performance by Emily, as you called it, Val. We should see her on the lead or chase card tomorrow. That would be not too far of a bold prediction from us in the booth.
We're seeing so many competitors at that 3 under, 2 under mark. Still plenty of holes left to play. Lots of birdie opportunities still. The back 9 of this course really brings in the water. We're going to get shots that are way more technical. We talked about the wind earlier, so what's the wind doing on these back 9?
Plus an OB would be 8 for me. Your first throw, you have a 9? Yeah, okay. I'm just messing with you. I think I putted 1, 2, 3. Your first putt was on the back side of the basket? Yeah, well, no, it was on the left side, and I airballed. Oh, left side. Yeah, Yep, then I airballed right. I remember. Chain out, chain out. Yeah. So 9. Okay. That's the
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's about the worst conversation you can have in disc golf is having to go back. It's one thing to be counting up your strokes, but when they're all, so many of those specifically were putts back and forth. A rough go for sure for Madison Walker. It was all said and done, officially carded as a 9 for Walker.
Not quite enough headwind to keep that disc turned over for Paige.
That is going to be a red flag for Pierce. She still will have a look to possibly save the par. Likely a tree will be in her way, but she will have an opportunity to save par here on 10. Now, Hansen. And Ella getting a red flag.
The OB on the left-hand side of this pin is within 10 to 15 feet at most. You'll want to stay to the right. Owen not bringing the water into play at all. It's a helpful skip to the pin. But still, that's scary. She's safe on her drive, but now what is she going to do on her putt? Is she going to take the risk?
And if this can beat the tree, I think she'll be in great position. And it checks up short of the water's edge, so Madison Walker will have a look for birdie. She has dug herself quite a hole now that she finds herself 6 over for today's round after taking the 9. Kat Murch, her second shot on 11. Same hole for Stacy here on 11. Well done. Zoe, we saw a couple shots leak out to the left by both Pierce and Hansen. Was that wind or were those just misfires?
Well, I think we can chalk it up as a little bit of both. There was a little bit of left to right wind that players could have mistaken for a little bit of headwind, although it did not carry that way for them. I think it was just more of a misfire, actually, Terry.
We're seeing Pierce give herself the 1 meter in from the out of bounds line. And now contemplating for just a moment as to whether or not she's going to run at it. She opts just to lay it up. And so Pierce will have a tap in for bogey. And almost the same distance for Walker. Walker has to be thinking about erasing some of those strokes from the previous hole. And that's off the front of the cage. So a good bid by Madison.
That's wild, just chilling it there.
Owen assessing just how much room she has behind the basket.
Not much.
You call it, Val. That's less than 10 feet. Oh, and she gets it just barely to squeak in. Owen Scoggins, the birdie on 10.
The main thing there is that release point. It did not leave that line from when she released it out of her hands till it hit the front cage and skipped into the basket.
The crazy work.
So Pierce will tap in for bogey. Walker is in for the par, and Ella will tap in for bogey.
And what a great volunteer out there, helping, I'm sure, so many of our players today already. It is so easy to find out of bounds in the water on the back nine.
From a goose in a tree to a cat on a green, she gives up on this one. And unlike what we saw her do at Jonesboro, that one doesn't find its way into the basket after she gave up on it. So that's short. Stacy now is in for her par. Clean, uneventful scorecard, but it's a clean scorecard at that. And that's going to keep her in the top 10. You currently see her tied for 6th. Sayananda, Kat Murch, Ella Hansen, Paige Pierce, all at 2 under. Monica Sten doing some work out there as well. She's at 3 under. Owen with the honors on 11.
Once you get over that initial pond, it's a clear sailing and open landing area for all of our competitors.
You have to wonder if those are some of Madison's other friends, like Erica and others with the Two Hot Geese commentary. It feels like maybe they're trying to have a conversation with her out there on the course.
Rooting her on. Don't give up.
And Pierce with a big drive.
There's a longer water carry for Ella. And she's going to likely be taking another alternative route by going on the right-hand side of the green or the fairway as opposed to staying safe over land on the second shot.
Murch on the tee of 12.
Thank you.
There's really not too much to say off these tee shots on hole 12. All of our players are just getting to the landing zone. It's wide open. You see there's no obstacles there, but they have to land short of the pond. It's all about the second shot. Can you land on that island? And it's fun to see how these players are attacking these holes with different strategies and, you know, what lane are you going down and what landing zone are you trying to go for? How does your distance allow you to be aggressive on these fairways. Because we've got Owen Scoggins on this card, and we've got Ella Hansen, two completely different skill sets with their driving.
Right now, Owen showing she's got the upper hand. Great approach shot there. She'll have a look for birdie. That is low out of the hand of Walker, so it's not going to get all the way to the pin. At best, a long look for birdie. Stacy with her second on 12. And tracking to the pin. So Stacy inside the circle with a birdie look. Oh, and low out of the hand by Hansen. It skips up off the water and gets back in bounds, but a low release out of her hand. Zoe, I want to throw it out to you and talk about both Ella and Paige. Again, very different looks from them as opposed to the other two competitors. Set up what shots they have.
Well, right now, Paige's second shot was so well executed. She's inside of the circle for about a 23, 25-foot putt. Ella having an incredible amount of luck skipping off that water. She's in the fairway. She's outside of circle 2. But you see, the big arm throwers taking that right side route over the long water carry off the tee certainly gives them the open advantage look at the pin if they've got the guts to go over the water again. It's not as far on the second shot, so it's a great birdie opportunity.
Yeah, we're seeing, thank you, Zoe, as we see Madison, who is pushing up the left side. She didn't get it high enough on her second shot. So at best here, this is just going to be a pitch to the pin. And she'll have that for her par.
Yeah, and it is more technical on that left-hand side with the low ceiling and having to deal with the trees. It's hard to still be aggressive to make sure you get that distance. And not going to be a birdie for Ella Hansen, but I think she could walk away from this hole feeling lucky that that shot managed to get back in bounds.
And although her second shot certainly was lucky, I feel like she's going to walk away a little frustrated overall. This is a hole that sets up so well for her to play out to that right side, to give a very open look. Both her and Pierce can take advantage of their distance and can play the bigger tee shot to set them up for an easier second, and that's not what we saw to Ella. Meanwhile, Owen Scoggins, who has a much more difficult route to go, walks away with the birdie. Pierce for birdie. So she's able to take advantage. That should bring her to 3 under par. And tie her up with Deanne Carey.
And up to this point, we had only seen 2 other competitors get the birdie on this hole, and now we've doubled up that birdie count with Paige and Owen. So making strokes on the field with the birdie on 11.
Murch with her second shot on 12. Just a standstill. leaking left. Does it get all the way there? And it looks like it's going to be safe for Murch. Not by much, but she's safe. Sayananda on the tee of 14. And playing the flex from left to right. Should be in circle 1. Murch has a birdie look and just barely squeaks it over. And yet again, she's going to skip to the basket to retrieve it. She'll move to 3 under. Stacy Haas now with a birdie look as well. We saw the second shot. She converts, moves to 3 under. Holland Hanley trying to follow suit after back-to-back birdies from her 2 card mates. And she steps up. Colorful scorecard, but Holland picks up the birdie. Scoggins on the tee of 12. And that is really good position. Looks like faced with some headwind here.
It's about 300 feet to get to the edge of the lake, and really all of our competitors, regardless of how far you throw, that's your ceiling. That's as far as any player is going to throw on this one. The entire length of the hole, 523 feet. So you lay up short, and then everyone has that second shot over the water.
Currently playing as the second easiest hole on the course. And this is one of the unique scenarios where the FPO tee is actually longer than the MPO tee. They play it at 523 as a par 4. The MPO play as a par 3 at 329. And you can see right there in our overview shot, you can actually see the MPO tee pad. Top left center. Jonesboro Open champion Kat Murch now in the tee of 13. She'll have a look for birdie. And from one champion to another, now Sayananda has a birdie look. Oh, and she gets it to pull in from that right side, and she'll run it down. One is skipping, one is running in. Either way, collecting birdies. Murch and Ananda. Last year's champion at Tallahassee is Stacey Haas.
Hungry for a win as anybody. We're throwing it to Ella Hansen with the park job on her second shot. It sure has been amazing to see all these new winners in the last year of, first-time winners breaking through that barrier and doing things that they've only dreamed of up to that point. Really making the field just so interesting that everybody has these opportunities and these chances to win the big events.
Oh, and Owen Scoggins just in front of the basket on her second shot. And to follow up what you're saying, Val, that was one thing that Juliana Korver was talking about in the press conference yesterday. When asked, you know, what do you think of the state of disc golf right now? She said, I love the parity. I love that there are so many different women that are in contention on any given weekend. And we're watching one of our competitors who's eligible for an age-protected division in Owen Scoggins. She's picked up a couple of majors in the FP40 division. Here she is now competing with everyone else front and center as she's done for the last few years. In fact, she's the highest-rated player in the entire field this weekend, which says so much about Owen Scoggins. And just last weekend, she took down the Masters Cup taking place in Santa Cruz, the iconic event. Short little uphill shot there. And Owen Scoggins doing some work, defeating, I believe it was Katrina Allen, who came in second to Owen.
To go for that putt. Are you kidding me? I know that course too well, and I know how treacherous the greens at De La can be.
Oh wait, am I supposed to be mad? Because I'm so like, what do you call it? Forget things easily. That's good. Yeah, good. I've been with him for 16 years. I never, when I married him, I never dropped.
Back with Stacy now. Pinched up against the tree, trying to find the green here.
Oh, you lucky bug.
Chopped down for Sayananda here on the tee of 15.
And you could play plenty safe on the second shot, but you see what Paige had left in front of her. It's a lengthy putt, putting back at the water. A lot of risk involved if you throw it too safe on this one. Really puts so much pressure on the putt.
Kind of the opposite of what we just saw from Pierce, who was left side chain. Scoggins right side chain, so doesn't convert, and that's going to be a disappointing par here for Owen. Actually, she has a little work left to do just to pick up the par. And she gets that to drop, so Owen will remain at 5 under, 2 short of our leader in Emily Beach. Madison picking up what is just her second birdie of the round. She opened up on hole 1 with a birdie, and here on 12 picks up the birdie as the tap in comes for Ella Hansen. Murch has a birdie look. This is to try and get to 4 under, which would put her in sole possession of 4th, but that's going to be short. Just in step inside of Murch's effort, we'll find Juliana Korver. And she converts. She's now 1 under, sitting in a tie for 11th. And after the approach, she's left herself with a very awkward lie. Cass will be reaching out to her left, or stretching to the left.
We've talked about her clean scorecard. Wow, it was a powerful putt, but she's going to have a comebacker for her bogey.
Ananda, who's not scared of circle 2 looks, will come up just short on 15, so it looks like that should be a tap-in par for her. If so, she'll remain at 3 under. And no longer a clean scorecard for Stacy. She falls back to 2 under. Deanne Carey now has birdied back-to-back on 15 and 16, and she's sitting in 4th place at 4 under. Hansen will have a look from inside circle 1 for birdie.
Got a string of par 3s from hole 13, 14, and 15. So reachable for all of our players. This one, of course, is tricky depending on where you land on your drive and if you have a clean putt at the basket.
Pierce calls for the lucky kick, but doesn't get it. Murch on the tee of 14. Currently sitting at 3 under.
Okay.
And on the tee of 14, Walker. Oh, and some great ground play on 13 for Walker. Now, Pierce throwing her second. Looks like a par's in store for Pierce. Tee of 14 for Stacy. Short, but she'll have an open look. Corver also on 14. And inside the circle.
It is all about if you can get the clear look, and that was a great putt from Ella.
And quite the tree direct and ground play that Madison Walker got to have it then come back to the pin and basically check up right underneath it. And that looks like another birdie for Madison Walker. Merch with her second. Right next to the pin. Should be a par. Haas with a long look for birdie. This is from middle to back section of circle 2.
Let's go, Steve.
Oh, and she gets it to drop. The hesitation, but ultimately falls in, and she'll be adding a birdie on her scorecard there on hole 14, so that should push her back to 3 under. Great bounce back.
Got Sayananda on hole 16. Big drive over the water, climbing up the hill. It's a close race, Terry. We see our leader, Emily Beach, still a few strokes ahead of our competitors that are still on the course. Room for improvement. Owen Scoggins. We talked about this being a bomber course, but the way Owen is playing it, very strategic, keeping it safe. And we know the holes only get more technical and more difficult as they finish up.
And Corver is going to pick up the turkey, 12, 13, and 14. She moves to 2 under.
The putts are dropping for JK.
Holland taking an extra moment on the short range putt. Cat will step up and tap in for the par. Merch remains at 3 under. I want to throw it out to Zoe for a moment. And Zoe, talk to us about this, we'll say par 3 alley. I feel like we have 3 holes. They're 314, 329, 299. What are we looking at for these 3 holes?
Well, we kind of mentioned it at the beginning of the round, Terry, but low ceiling. The players really have to pick and dial their disc choice and know that it's fast enough, because they have to keep the release height lower to beat the tree canopy. So if anybody wants to put themselves in position for the birdies here, they're throwing a faster disc, but they're throwing it low and hoping for good ground action.
Appreciate the insight, Zoe. 12, 13, and 14, as I was just looking at them as well. That's where Emily Beach picked up a turkey. Those were her last 3 birdies of the round, but certainly taking advantage of them. Currently, Owen Scoggins tied with Kristen Tatar for the most podiums in the last 365 days. Both of them have 12. The next best is Katrina Allen at 7. So just so incredible to see the consistency. We always talk about Kristen Tatar's consistency in terms of her podium spots, and then maybe somewhat flying under that radar from time to time is Owen Scoggins. Just absolutely incredible, and you called it, Val, with the way in which she gets it done. It's certainly not the booming drives, but the putting, the accuracy around the green, the way she can just dissect any given hole. And rarely do you see her take bogeys. She minimizes those mistakes, and sometimes that's brought up because of the incredible putting. But Owen Scoggins, absolutely consistent throughout. Stacy connects with a right side tree on 15.
Yes, we'll go for it. Ethan.
Looks like Owen will have a clean look. That one tree shouldn't come into play with the angle she has to the pin. And of course she draws metal from way deep. Not quite the height required, but a good run by Owen Scoggins.
Paige has had so many circle 2 putts today, but just hasn't been able to connect.
Hansen's birdie bid is over the top of the basket, so her birdie streak will end at 2. The rest of the cleanup here on aisle 14, no problems. It's going to be pars around and disappointing at that. Murch currently tied for 7th. A tee of 15.
Seeing so many of our players get hung up on those trees. The fairway looks relatively open.
Maybe even surprising herself a little bit. Sai not with a great effort there on that approach. Looks like it may have rolled far enough off the green to be safe for Stacy. We'll check back now. This is a birdie look here for Sai. Oh, she cans it. Wow. So she makes up for the approach with a solid putt. And Sai Ananda moves to 4 under with the birdie on 16.
It is so impressive to see the leg power that she can get in that stance. A lot of space to recover from, but a beautiful upshot from Kat Murch.
Well, and it looks like I was incorrect. I thought that might have rolled back inbounds, and it's not going to be the case. So Stacy will bring it in 1 meter. She must have rolled, touched the inbounds area, and then rolled back out of bounds. That's why she's able to take it from where she is. This is her look for birdie. High left chain. Excuse me, for bogey.
Long par attempt for Juliana, whose putts have been dropping. She's been making birdies, actually 3 in a row up to this point, but it's going to cap it off with the bogey here on 14.
You're not out of bounds? You're not obese, so you have to go straight. Oh! I've probably broken some rules then.
Cat merch. Maybe incriminating herself a little bit. So if you go out of bounds, as we saw from Stacy, then you can take it anywhere on, like essentially on an arc to bring it back in bounds. If you do not go out of bounds, then you must bring it in perpendicular, so to speak. And so Cat Merch was about to take it on an angle that she wanted. She didn't have that option because she was not out of bounds in the first place. Then she went ahead and said, well, I've probably broken some rules somewhere. Maybe not playing it that same way correctly earlier in the year. Understandably, it is somewhat of a confusing scenario. Almost feels as if dejection is the word as they all tap in there. Zoe, talk to us a little bit about the pace, because it feels like the only time we're seeing hang-ups is our final feature card waiting on our second to last feature card.
Well, Terry, there's not a whole lot to say except for the fact that just a lot of thinking for the players. I think knowing that it's a 3-day Elite Series and that the conditions are just so good out here, I think players are just having higher expectations where they may not regularly during round 1.
Walker with the honors.
With the low ceiling, you really have to penetrate the disc, and then it finishes with a slope up to the basket. This is a challenging hole to get close to the pin and get inside the circle. Let's see what Ella's got with this left-hand route. Loving it. Can it just stay inside the circle? It does. That keeps her away from that out-of-bounds green. It does look more open on the left-hand side.
Scoggins taking advantage of that open left-hand route, as you just called it, and parked for Scoggins.
No one see that.
No one saw that, don't worry. Now Pierce. This looks low. Does it have time to drift back? That should at least give her a look.
That's more fancy. That's mine. Don't forget it. I moved. You can throw backhand this hole. Will be no question. Not with that disc on. Yeah. Not with that.
And if you're watching on YouTube today, thank you, first of all, for being here. But remember, if you want to watch the conclusion live, head on over to the discgolfnetwork.com, the home of live disc golf. Subscribe today. If you are a current PDGA member, you also get a discount. So sign up, join us for the rest of the weekend to see the exciting finish that we expect to have out here at Swenson Park and the OTB Open. This is Ananda after we saw the huge birdie putt on the previous hole. Safe tee shot here on 17. Some danger for Walker. And that does stop and eventually checks up for her. Pierce from just inside the circle. That's her first birdie in the last 4 holes. She moves to 4 under. Ella Hansen moves to 5 under, picking up her 3rd birdie in the last 4 holes. That immediately begs the question as to if we think that 7 under will still be the hot score at the end of the round. Emily Beach, of course, coming in much earlier. Natalie Ryan right there at 6 under. Now Owen Scoggins will move to 6 under with the birdie. Owen assuring that she's not bothered by any distractions that might be out there.
And a player we haven't talked about much, Katrina Allen, is making moves. She has birdied the last 5 holes to move herself into a tie for 8th place.
And she struggled mightily. 5 through 10 is where she found all of her over par strokes. But like you just said, picked up 5 birdies in a row to fight back, should we say claw back, to 3 under.
It's never too late to make something happen. And as you were saying, will we see a 7 under stand for today's round? We know we have some difficult holes to finish this course on. We've seen birdies on these holes, but we've also seen players get into trouble, find the OB. There's OB everywhere, there's water everywhere, and there's a lot of trouble still to be had. So I think 7 under is a very solid round.
Well, and thinking about Emily Beach getting to that 7 under, that's where she stopped scoring, was actually on hole 14. She went 15 through 18 all with pars to close out. So we'll see if that's going to be the same for any of our other competitors. But she did all of that work in the middle. And I think about Emily's scorecard, and then you compare that to Katrina Allen's, couldn't be more opposite in terms of where they picked up their birdies and the work that they were doing out here on the course. I'm very confident we're going to see Emily Beach somewhere in the 1st or 2nd card, of course. The question is, will she be a leader or a co-leader, or will she have anyone that she's chasing after, or will she be the chased? It's going to be exciting to see. We're going to head back out, take a look at Sai Ananda throwing her 2nd shot on hole number 17.
Yeah, and it is just looking at all these scorecards. Where do the players pick up strokes? It's just across the board, and how different these scorecards really look just in our top 4 players.
Sai trying not to bring the water into play at all. In fact, that's quite conservative, but gets the green flag. Murch is 2nd on 16.
Thanks.
And thanks to our friends at Jomez Pro, we're able to take a look at this overview of hole number 16.
It is a very technical hole, and I'm not sure this does it much justice. It looks like there's way more water than land. It is very tricky.
And, of course, one lucky patron will win an all-exclusive trip to Worlds. That includes lodging over at Smuggler's Notch, 2 gold VIP passes. You can find all of that information by being a Patreon supporter. Head over to jomezpro.com/VIP Worlds for your chance to win. Should be a pretty incredible opportunity. Val, you and I have both spent some time at Smuggler's Notch over the last few years, and just an absolutely epic place to be. So to be there for the World Championships, as we saw there in 2018, could be a journey and an experience like none other. And, well, if you could win it, be even better.
Let's see how Katrina finishes off these 2 holes. Not the best tee shot on 17. Just trying to nestle that under the pin. Still a little bit left.
Yeah, a little tentative still there, understandably, with the water so close, but you'd love to have a tap in after the layup. Looks like Stacy has a birdie look here on 16. Hanley for birdie. Slow start for Hanley. Thinking quite a few people would have her picked as a front runner to use her power, to use the versatility, forehand, backhand, rollers, all the tools that she brings out to the disc golf course. And we've seen a few struggles by Holland, but we'll see if she can pick things up. A little more than 36 holes left to play for her.
I'm kind of surprised they don't play this as a hard route from here. Yeah, this would be a sweet MPO.
It's 305 feet to clear the water. We know Ella has all the distance and then some. Leaves this one high. It's hyzering. She gets around the bushes. She's going to have an open look. She was looking worried on the tee pad up until the point where she finally saw that.
Owen letting the gallery know of her game plan before executing it.
Let's go.
A huge pull by Paige Pierce.
That was phenomenal. I didn't even think the golf green came into play.
Corver up ahead on the green. A solid putt. Looks like her putter is on. That's her 4th birdie in 5 holes. Now with Katrina Allen on 17.
Very safe layup, and likely another layup underneath the basket from there.
Similar to where we saw Sayananda. And Owen is impressed with her card mates. No problem. After the layup drive, here's Scoggins on her second.
Yeah, there's no escaping the water carry on this hole, even if you do lay up. Owen has a game plan, knows that it's not likely she'll get the birdie here with that game plan. But as we finish up with all this water, all the out of bounds, you need to trust the line that you're throwing and be confident in the shot choices that you make. Be cautious of the skips. They can get you in trouble if you're not landing the disc at the appropriate angle. You'll likely find out of bounds. And if that comes into play, you need to have that game plan. Expect the unexpected and know what you're going to do if you do find the out of bounds. If you find yourself maybe short of the pin, are you going to choose to lay up, or when are you going to choose to be aggressive?
Now we're seeing the strategy here by Katrina Allen. And your keys for closing, of course, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Ananda, tee of 18. Low but safe.
The door is open for the birdie. Great upshot from Madison. So this par 4 is just under 500 feet. And just thinking of the shot that we saw out of Paige Pierce. Exactly. Madison shocked too. To see that shot to go over that golf green that we see on the right-hand side, to continue skipping forward, it's well over 400 feet with the water carry.
Successful approach there by Ella.
I'm even thinking, when you throw that far, like Paige does, do you even think about the water at that point? It's not even an obstacle for her.
Right now, she's got an eagle opportunity here. And you hear it tickle chain, but not enough for it to fall in for Paige Pierce. So she should have a tap-in birdie. You see her reassessing her line. And Owen Scoggins, after the layup, throwing it just a few hundred feet at most off of the tee, is still going to walk away with the birdie 3. Ella is in, and with Owen's birdie a moment ago, that brings her into a tie for first, along with Emily Beach at 7 under. Hansen moves to 6 under with that birdie. And Pierce in for the birdie at 5 under now. Seven under. Now shared with Owen Scoggins and Emily Beach.
2 holes left to play, and we know that Owen's game plan isn't the aggressive line. We just saw her lay up on a shot that we know she could get that water carry if she put out the full distance. So I'm expecting to see some safe strategies for 17 and 18 out of Owen. We could see Ella Hansen getting to that 7 or maybe even 8 under with her aggressive play. and we know Paige Pierce is right in the mix as well. These players, the strategy that they have are shots that I can't even dream up. So I have to see them play it before I can even describe how they can attack them.
Missy Gannon's trying to find herself in the top 10, and with that birdie, wow, she's birdied 4 out of the last 6 to get to 3 under. So after a very slow start, Gannon now in the top 10. Ananda throwing her second on hole number 18. That's flirting with the left side OB line, but it looks like she's going to be safe.
Nobody's there. Everybody's going this way. Right
One's
here?
over there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one's right over there.
That's my answer.
There you go.
Just have to bring beer and go home.
We have 2 beers this year.
Huh?
We have OTB has 2 bears this year.
Are you kidding me? 2 different kinds?
Yeah, Hoppy Kolsch and a West Coast IPA.
Hey, I might have to just stop by and.
Owen knows where her priorities are. She's thinking about post-round refreshments. Of course, all as part of the event and the collaboration with OTB and the rest of the crew. Take a look back at what we've seen from one of our co-leaders in Owen Scoggins today. Hole 1, she had picked up the birdie.
She's had a lot of these amazing close-up shots for her second or third shot to get her right under the pin. She hasn't relied a ton on her putting, which is normally her strength. It's been those drives. But here's one for the books. Sneaks in with death behind the basket. And we're seeing great shots in this highlight reel, but I have to think about the few errors that she made with not getting full distance, throwing some shots into the ground. But the key factor is she's playing safe. She's keeping those shots in bounds, and she's giving herself the opportunities. This was a beautiful drive here on 15. Forward skip just inside the bullseye for her birdie.
As you said, she did back on 10, just barely gets it up and over the basket. Sneaks in, she does so just a moment ago as well. Now we're on 17. 17, a 569-foot par 4. Big pull for Pierce. Zoe, of course, one of the big stories is that Paige was injured back at Champions Cup, and then she took a weekend off, so she didn't play in Jonesboro. She said that if there was going to be an injury, she'd let it surprise her, or let the pain surprise her. Is there anything you've picked up or noticed out of her today, or is she still looking 100% healthy?
Yeah, Terry actually had a pretty lengthy conversation about the feeling of her body after yesterday's practice. So she's taking really good care to pain manage this tendinitis, and she's taken off so much time. She's throwing about 50 to 70% power, and things are feeling good. Paige is feeling healthy. She also did allude to the fact that that could create false confidence, and she's just going to pinch herself if she thinks she wants to send it. However, we're seeing her throw it quite far today, so 70% is working out.
And I was just going straight right there and trying to get me open.
Yeah, just 2 off the lead and throwing at 70%. Sounds like it is working out for that strategy as of right now. Here's Kat Murch.
I'd love to throw over 400 feet at 70%. Are you kidding me? And maybe she's just saving it up for certain shots where she actually needs it.
Side with her third shot on 18. Looks like she's trying just to get up and down for the par. Looks like a green flag for Ananda. If so, she'd close out at 4 under.
How far you got, man? Thank you.
It's all about strategy on these second shots on 17. But first, we've got Katrina trying to finish up her round.
And I was just thinking about Sai's score as she's trying to get to 4 under. If Katrina Allen could birdie here on 18 and get to 4 under, that's going to make it things much tougher being on this right side. But if she could get to 4 under, that would almost, in my opinion, guarantee her a spot on the chase card for tomorrow's round. Ella contemplating. She looked like she was going to go with the safer forehand shot to the left side so that she's only going over the inbounds area. I thought she might be switching to a backhand, but that's not the case. She's just switching disc to still take the forehand.
They're both scary shots. You have to execute both shots with the same amount of precision, whether it's laying up on the left-hand side or that complete water carry on the right.
See the stiff wind blowing from right to left. And Pierce sticks it. She'll have a look for birdie on 17.
That was such a well-executed shot. And knowing how intense the wind was, and that it would carry your disc farther to the left than you would want. To know that Paige threw it on the line, it stayed on that straight flight path and landed straight down the middle of the fairway. Just very impressive with the wind.
Sai sitting at 4 under, trying to close out with a par, and she's going to do just that. So Ananda, a 4 under effort today. That included a bogey and a double bogey on her scorecard. So plenty of birdies to be had. But Sai Ananda currently sitting 4 under. That's that right to left wind. It looked like it lifted it and started to push her to the left side. So not exactly a tap in that remains here for Madison Walker. And this might be one of the few times we should mark the tape that Owen Scoggins might not aggressively run for this. Oh, she does. Zoe, can you confirm? Did she stay in bounds off that own putt?
Terry, I'm not on that side of the green, but I think it stayed up. This grass is very grabby, very Velcro-y. I'm going to get confirmation in less than 1 second.
No, it looks like it looks like because the line
she is out of bounds.
Yeah, thank you, Zoe. And now we're just seeing it thanks to our drone shot. She is not wet. However, the line is painted around the grass. So although she's not in the water, she was still out of bounds. So Owen Scoggins does make the recovery putt. So certainly something to keep and make note of, you know, for the rest of the weekend as we're observing that the OB line is not the water. It's that painted line that Owen was just past. So she's going to give one back. Meanwhile, solid putt for Madison Walker. I knew as I was saying it, it sounded crazy that Owen would lay up a putt, but maybe in retrospect, that would have been the smarter move. Pierce now just one off the lead with our final hole of our opening round of play, Val. Hole 18.
And what a hole to finish on, ranking it as the second most difficult hole on the course. It is just completely lined with out of bounds. It really has everything except for the water. We've got all the out of bounds. We've got the low ceiling, bending that dog leg as the fairway moves to the right around this corner. It really narrows in as we get closer to the basket, and although it widens up, there's less trees on the second part of this hole. You have to be just so accurate with your shots, and this is the time where you really need to trust your line. You got to pick the angle that you're throwing on, but also be worried about the height and make sure that your disc is landing nice and flat and staying in bounds.
And thanks to our friends at Jomez, we can take a look at our overhead view of hole 18. Kind of laying it out and giving you another perspective of what you're trying to do to close out, as you said, on the second most difficult hole on the course. Pinched off on the right side, we find Katrina Allen.
Okay, I'm like, uh-oh.
And really just a pitch out for position. And then this looks pulled by Kat. Kind of surprising to see that. That looked like a relatively easy approach that she may have just held on to too long. And so Katrina, who I was just calling for a birdie, would secure her on that chase card. Right now it looks like she's going to be struggling just to get the par.
And I can't help but iterate how crazy of a round Katrina had today. I mean, through 10 holes, she was 2 over par, and she fought her way to be at 3 under. She's now putting for par on 18.
Cut roll for Murch, but keeps her in bounds.
The one tree in that line, the skinniest tree of all. Juliana squares it up, doesn't get the full distance on her first shot.
I feel like that's one of the best tee shots that we've seen so far.
Yeah, you're kind of holding your breath. You try and throw the line you want, but then just hope that it can weave through those trees.
And from overhead, we see Katrina Allen moving into position. It looks like she may have missed her par putt. She will have a putt remaining for bogey. This is Katrina Allen for bogey. That means Katrina Allen will finish at 2 under.
What just happened there?
I feel like there's... She's trying to mimic like a goose attacking someone else's bill? I'm not sure what's going on there. a cat goose attack?
I have no idea. I'm going to let that one be.
And then you have a dead cat as that that gray thing is in there. I just think it's fair to say no one has any idea what's going on.
That reaction right there is priceless.
And then you have a deer in headlights look. We have a little bit of everything going on here. Hope you're all right, Blaine. All right, now, Cat Merch, back to throwing discs around. Left leaking deep, and that looks like she's going to get a red OB flag. She'll have a look to still save the par after she brings that in 1 meter. I believe that's around circle's edge or even closer.
I played like 4 holes the next day, and my back went. Or my, not my back, like my. No, like probably just not warming up after driving for like a zillion hours last week. Erica.
Talking about some of the stressors of road life and being all loose and ready to go. Now, Hanley.
She went OB off of her drive, throwing 3.
It looked as if she didn't like it, or maybe I was just misreading her reaction. But either way, Holland Hanley right next to the basket, so she'll be tapping in from there.
Yeah, and when knowing how much out of bounds there is on this hole and seeing her reaction, I'm going, oh no, she missed her line.
She's going to be pleasantly surprised with the result then. Because it didn't appear that she liked it. And assuming she goes ahead and taps that in, that means she'd walk away with the par, and she would remain at 3 under, which currently has her in a tie for 8th. So just 4 off of our lead score at 7 under. Good shot for Stacy.
And so far, we've only seen 1 birdie on this hole. That was out of Madison to Mino. Oregon girl representing strong. And a great finish. As I said, second most difficult hole on the course today.
Corver, who had put together 4 birdies in 5 holes, trying to close out on 18. And we know hundreds of hours of work were put into providing our tee pads out here, brought to us by Disc Concepts.
Look at this tee pad.
Deemed as the world's finest tee pad solutions. Might get dizzy if you hang out on them too long, though. So Juliana didn't make it back in bounds is what we're seeing on UDisc. So likely adding a stroke to her score here with the OB. She's going to have to get confirmation from her group as to where she was last in bounds. big thanks to our spotters and volunteers out here at the OTB Open. You know the Sean Jack and Sean Mercy leading the charge here as our tournament directors. Such an effort to put in an Elite Series event such as this, as JK is going to pitch up right next to the pin, so unfortunately going to give away a few strokes here on this final hole. Back with Pierce on the tee.
Now that looked like a 70% shot. Very smooth, controlled release point. It's about 300 feet to get to the corner before the fairway starts to bend to the right. Of course, you want to have those shots placed in a nice, safe landing zone.
Pierce was good. Hansen even better. You'd rather kick left than right from what we just saw from Walker. And matching the shot that we saw from Ella Hansen, perfectly executed by Owen Scoggins. Murch has a comeback putt for par after going out of bounds. She gave it a good bid, but that's going to be high, so that means she finishes with a bogey. Kat Murch will fall back to 3 under par. And Stacy becomes, did you say, just the second woman to pick up a birdie on 18?
That's right.
Solid finish. JK will finish with the double bogey 6, and Holland will tap in. So certainly collecting herself after some of the struggles in the early goings of the round. Madison throwing her second.
This is challenging. Does she have the power? Wow, what a great recovery shot there from Madison.
And as they're moving up the fairway one last time, love to throw it out to Zoe. Any parting shots before we cut you loose, Zoe?
Not too much, Tara. A really solid day of competition here for round one. A little bit of wind picking up for this 18th green, but we're looking forward to seeing how it unfolds tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Zoe. As we're watching Paige Pierce, can she have a share of the lead after round one? And that checks up inbounds, so Pierce will have a birdie look from inside the circle. If she converts, she will tie up Emily Beach at 7 under and a share of the lead. Hansen in a similar position. She's sitting at 6 under. If she can get up and down for birdie, she also could have a share of the lead, and that's all but guaranteed for Hansen. Perfect second shot.
And the biggest drive of the group, Owen Scoggins. Let's see if she can get this shot close.
She too could be a co-leader and get to 7 under. I'm sensing a pattern here. All three of Paige, Owen, and Ella all have looks to get to 7 under and would be co-leaders going into round 2. And that checks up for Pierce. A little bit of the long grass plus also the slower disc, all aiding in Pierce having that birdie look.
there is not a lot of room on this green. That OB line is just outside of circle 1. So even though she's coming up just short of that out of bounds, she is still throwing a very good shot, and it required so much accuracy to stay that close.
And you see the one blemish on Paige's scorecard, hole 10, is the one with the very tight peninsula green, which she had gone out of bounds on the tee shot, and that being her only bogey on the round. Also, as I scroll down, I don't see any bogey-free rounds by any competitor here in the field. Every player had at least one bogey on their scorecard. So Pierce can bring it up to the 1 meter. And Paige Pierce, a co-leader, the defending champ, has an opening round of 7 under and will be a co-leader moving into day number 2. Madison Walker with a good finish.
Yeah, good fight after that catastrophe that happened in the middle of the round. She continued to charge forward, did not give up on it.
Owen Scoggins to be a co-leader. She's in. Scoggins, 7 under. And Ella Hansen to be a co-leader. She's in, 7 under.
That's the kind of race you want to see.
Good round.
Right?
Gee.
That's a...
Owen calling it the star frame. We talked about how difficult hole 18 was just a few moments ago. There was only one birdie on hole 18. Then we saw the second happen. And then we get to our final feature card and a star frame. 4 birdies to close out. And as I just said, we have 4 leaders at 7 under par. If you're playing cribbage, you just want the 8 cut. But I guess that's another game. Anyway, Val, talk about what we saw here today. Were there any surprises for you?
Well, you know, for a while there, it was seeming like our featured card was off to a slow start, and how are they going to recover? And knowing that there's so many birdies out there, you know, the potential is there for them to catch up to the leaders and the great scores that we saw get put out on the course early in the round. I'm glad to see Paige Pierce back at the top, you know, having that little bit of recovery, the relief, but seeing her back in the lead. And I think it's just going to be really exciting to see such a close race, to see all the scores stacked up after round 1. I'm sure that's going to continue to be the pace that we're going to see through the weekend.
We have 3 of the longest throwers in the tournament, all on the lead card going into round 2. And then the only other one that's not a long thrower is the highest rated woman at the tournament in Owen Scoggins. I don't know if you could draw it up any better than that. We're going to have a little more analysis. We're going to also have the OTB shot of the day. All of that and more on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. Done it. we take a look, Paige Pierce, your defending champ here at the OTB Open, was off to a pretty slow start. Through 8 holes, she was just 2 under, and we saw that from our entire final feature card. It just seemed as if nothing was special. Nothing was really clicking or going on, and then finally we started to see everyone pick things up.
Yeah, and Paige was left with a lot of circle 2 looks in the start of the round, and then it was once she was getting those shots a little bit closer to the basket and she was able to capitalize on those putts, that's when we started to see her pick up the pace, catch a little steam, and just keep going. There were a lot of amazing shots in the back 9, able to utilize that amazing distance that she had. And that's the putt she had left for her eagle. Not today, but maybe in the next 2 rounds. We'll see her get that one.
Well, and I look at one of our other co-leaders, the only one we didn't see on this card, in Emily Beach. Emily stopped her scoring on hole 14 and parred 15 through 18. Paige the exact opposite. Paige parred 12, 13, and 14, and she actually birdied out 15, 16, 17, and 18. No other woman did that in the field. And of course, we're going to have analysis all brought to us by our friends over there at Tournament Central, so make sure you stay tuned in as Val and I ultimately will stand down for a little while. Tournament Central will take over. We're going to hear from Paige Pierce as soon as she is ready to talk to us here today. All the other interviews will be exclusively offered over on Tournament Central. And Val, again, I'm looking at the scores. Paige closing out so strong, 15 through 18. Ella Hansen had the next best closeout. She got 3 out of the 4. And so you can't put too much stock, of course, just in one round, but you think ahead to tomorrow when the pressure ramps up. And then, of course, you think about Championship Sunday. Who has performed well on those holes? That's where Paige really took this event and locked it up last year. Natalie Ryan faltered on hole 16 and ultimately ended up having 2 double bogeys to close out her tournament, where Paige just kind of maintained and parred out. So does that provide a little additional maybe comfort or confidence knowing that you closed out the opening day with a solid 15 through 18?
Yeah, I think that helps. It helps a player feel more comfortable on those holes, but you still have to execute the shots. And we, of course, know that that is the hardest thing to do when the pressure continues to ramp up. And I think the best situation you can be in is to give yourself a comfortable lead where you don't have to force the shots to happen. You can rely on your game plan. You don't have to kind of step up to whatever the situation is. So give yourself a little leeway in those final few holes. And, you know, comfort for Ella and Paige is different than comfortable for a lot of other players. So, yeah, it should be really exciting. And we have so many players to talk about that could be in contention for the lead. And so, yeah, it's not a solid, definite leader at this point. Anybody can make it happen this weekend.
Well, she's the 5-time world champ, the 2-time and defending OTB champ, and right now she's a co-leader. Paige Pierce is in the clubhouse. Let's hear from her now.
And we are joined live with Paige Pierce, who just tapped out for her final hole in the first round. Paige, you're in a 4-way tie at 7 down.
4-way tie.
Yeah. Tell us how it felt out there.
It felt really good. Even the putts that I missed, I was like right on line, just maybe a little lower, a little high. And one of them was a gimme, but the others, it felt like they would have been bonus putts. So other than that, not seeing my putter go into the basket every time, it could get to you mentally, but I felt good about them. Every bit I put up, I felt solid about, and I just had 1 bogey, I think. And it wasn't even that bad of a shot, just a little bit left. So overall, I feel good, but I also do think I can shoot hotter. So I'm excited to give it another crack tomorrow.
Absolutely. So the world has been waiting to ask, how is the pain levels?
0 pain. So yeah, and I think it's actually less likely that I would feel it in the tournament round than in practice because I'm throwing multiple shots per hole in practice. So I kind of figured if I could get through a practice round throwing multiples, I could definitely get through this. And yeah, it feels great.
So ultimately positive, no feeling is good.
Yeah.
Yes. And will anything change for tomorrow, or will it be the same kind of skate through routine?
I think the discs in my bag will change a little bit. I got very lucky and very just like grateful that they had people in the water to retrieve discs out, but rookie mistake for me today not packing extra discs for those water holes. I could have been without my Raptor for the final 6 holes, but I got it back, but that won't happen again tomorrow. I'm going to have extras. Other than that, I mean, my game plan's pretty much going to be the same, yeah.
Fantastic to hear from you. We're going to wish you luck for the second round, and we're so happy to hear that you are not in any pain. Thanks for sharing with us today, Paige.
Thank you.
Wow, and a couple things that I immediately take away. One, we saw by the Paragon notable statistics, she wasn't necessarily leading in any given category, yet she's a co-leader. And two, talk about a pro move. Not only was she saying how she wants to make sure she brings backups, but another pro move, she already has Sharpie in hand. So, I mean, that means it is autograph session time out there, and she's probably going to be out there. She doesn't have to worry about injuries from throwing, but maybe a long session of signing autographs is what's in store for her. So those are the things I took away. What did you notice from that?
And the fine motor skills involved
Exactly.
in that. I love to hear that she is not feeling any pain, but I do hope that she continues that recovery process. You cannot take it for granted. It is still so early in the season, and to even have those feelings of being injured and going through that and taking time off. I hope she still focuses on taking care of her body and not pushing it too hard, because this course, it requires that type of endurance. You need to continue to stay locked in, and it requires those big shots that Paige loves to throw. And yeah, I just love to hear that she is feeling good right now.
Well, and as we saw from our UDisc course close-up, this is the longest course so far in the 2023 season. So it's going to certainly be a testament to her injury, to her arm, and everything else that she has going, and hope that, like you said, she's on that road to recovery and continues to play pain-free. It's going to be an incredible battle, and it's going to continue tomorrow, of course, with all 4 of our leaders sitting at that 7 under in a very close race, sitting there on our chase card and beyond. Before we let you go, we have to take a look at our OTB Only the Best shot of the day. Let's go ahead and cue it up. You have any idea what, you got any guesses on this one, Val?
I don't know. There were a lot of close calls. There were a lot of ace runs.
I don't know. It looks like we've got Madison Walker. This is the one that we were looking. You called it an ace run, banks it off the back side of the tree. You don't want to go barking up that tree, that's for sure. Unless it's going to roll right back underneath the basket. You're going to take another look at it from this angle. Zoe texted us to tell us that she got some great ground play, and that's certainly the case. That would be the one she would tap in for a birdie. Madison Walker, our OTB Only the Best shot of the day. Tomorrow morning, the action will resume at 9 a.m. Pacific. And this afternoon, we've got the opening round of our MPO action. That's taking place at 2:30. Make sure you check out the lead card next day coverage on Joe Mez, and you can join us anytime on the Disc Golf Network. For Zoe Andyke in the field, for Valarie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We'll see you guys at 2:30 this afternoon for the MPO action.
It's Tournament Central from the OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports. We are live from Stockton, California. A quartet leads the way. In a word,
would be my word.
Emily Beach, the first to finish up today, one of that quartet, in the lead at 7 under par. Emily from Ninica, Oklahoma. Zoe, talk to us about how this course set.
Well, we've got such long distance holes, and heard one of the elite distance throwers, but sneaky far throwing, and she's left-handed. That opens up left side lines or forehand lines with the distance shot. Plus, I feel like Emily has an insane advantage here. She's got all the power to stay under these low canopies.
We caught up with Emily after her hot round.
We're here with Emily Beach. Emily off the course with a 7 under 60 round one at the OTB Open. You took a minute to collect yourself before walking over to the interview booth. How are you feeling, and what were the emotions like coming down the stretch of that round?
To be honest, I had kind of a shaky start. My upshots weren't too great, but helped me kind of figure that out, and then after that I was smooth sailing, so it felt good. It feels, I know, yeah, emotion wise, I don't know, I'm glad I played well.
Your caddy mentioned just a minute ago that your putter didn't hit the ground, at least not on any putts that you were running.
Right.
Talk about the feeling out there of having your putter so dialed in.
Yeah, so I actually a couple days ago went to the Innova warehouse and picked up some new freshy JKs, and Chris Brophy, he'd said, these putters will never touch the ground, Emily, and they did in my practice round, but that's okay. But yeah, I feel like the new putters kind of helped give me some more confidence, and just they feel great, and I maybe practice putted like 5 or 6 times. Overall, just feel pretty solid.
Well, last year at the OTB Open, you had a pretty good showing. Came in 11th place, yeah. And every round you got stronger as the tournament went on. Now here you are with a really great start. That's got to bode well for your chances this weekend.
Right, yeah. So my ultimate goal is 10 or better, 10 under or better each round. That's, kind of a hefty one, but I think I can do it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, you were one of the first cards to tee off today, and likely to be one of the last cards to tee off tomorrow. Yeah. What are you going to do to reset, and what's your mindset going into these next couple rounds?
I don't know. I mean, just get some more sleep. That'll be nice. Not have to get up as early as today. Mindset, just same game plan, same mindset. Not really going to change a thing. Just stick with the same thing.
Well, Emily Beach, you're off the course as the clubhouse leader. Congrats on a great opener, and good luck the rest of the week.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And we see here Emily Beach, part of that quartet at the top, along with Ella, Owen, and Paige. The question, of course, for Emily, Zoe, is that tomorrow she'll be on a final card with a large gallery. How will she handle the pressure?
Quite that experience on top card. However, she's been on tour for a couple of years now. She has a solid mind frame and a good caddy and assistance team. So I think that we're going to see some big things. This could be Emily's breakout event.
Ella Hansen does have experience being on a lead card and being in the hunt, still trying to break through with that first victory on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. You had a chance to watch her. What did you see in her game today?
That's right. I see sheer confidence. I see a player that has built upon a very small amount of experience on the tour, but now yet a couple of years in, starting off in the pro division and being a professional athlete in other sports, Ella has everything that it takes to get her first podium finish on the top, and she is so hungry for it. After Waco, Texas, and after coming so close in so many majors, Ella wants this title.
Let's hear from Ella Hansen moments ago as she completed her first round.
We're here with Ella Hansen. Ella, one of 4 players today, shooting a 7 down,
Yeah.
3 of which came from the feature card.
Yeah.
You, Paige, and Owen. Tell us a little bit about what that experience was and what's it like when players are pushing each other to play great.
Yeah, I think for myself, like, I had a bit of a slow start. Wasn't feeling too good, just wasn't quite feeling in the throws in my body as much as I would like to be. But I just kind of told myself to stay patient, just don't make any mistakes, don't do anything super stupid, and there's plenty of holes to birdie. So, I knew that Owen and Paige were playing well, and I think I just kind of wanted to keep pushing, focus on myself, and play what I felt like was a pretty solid round.
Only 1 OB stroke on the day, extremely solid putting. Was everything working out there for you?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think there was a lot of stuff that was just feeling kind of funky. Throwing a lot of rollers, didn't quite get some of the angles I was hoping for on those. But I think, yeah, the putting was feeling pretty solid. I think want to focus on getting my F-shots just a little bit closer to the pin on some of those shots. I had a couple of circle 2 putts for pars on the front 9, and that didn't feel great. But yeah, I mean, I felt pretty solid. Felt like my forehand and backhand were both working pretty solid.
Tomorrow's card is going to look a lot like today's card.
Yeah.
I know every time we start a round, we kind of set a vibe with our card mates. You guys won't have to go through that tomorrow so much. Are you looking forward to playing with the same ladies tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I always have a good time playing with Paige and Owen, and today wasn't any different. And I'm excited to play with Emily. I think she's definitely underrated, or kind of a sneaky long-distance power thrower, and a lot of lefty backhands she loves to throw. So I'm excited to see what kind of approaches she takes on the course. And yeah, I haven't really seen it. I throw a lot of sidearms, and so my friend Holland does too. So I know what kind of both of us are doing, and obviously Owen, but I'm excited to see more of that lefty backhand and see what kind of lines she's taking.
Well, we've seen some great golf already from this week. Congrats on a great opening round, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Ella Hansen was able to cover up 2 bogeys with 9 birdies on the day. This is, of course, Zoe, that not a single player managed to go bogey free. The out of bounds is treacherous at times, especially for a power thrower like Ella. What do you see unfolding for her? Can she keep it that clean as the weekend wears on?
Well, yeah, Grant, I do think so. One thing that I'm hearing in Ella's interviews and I'm witnessing from her body language is not overly confident, but definitely sure in her skills, sure in her follow-throughs, sure in the way that she's carrying herself around the course. However, we've heard from her multiple times that she's not taking anything for granted, and she's staying focused. It's the proper layout, I guess, for a player to set themselves up to stay strong through the weekend and, again, finish on top of the podium.
Let's talk about a player with a completely different style. Owen Scoggins, we talked about her before the round when we mentioned that this course might seem to be more set up for a long thrower. But here is Owen Scoggins tied at the top at 7 under par. She also covered up 2 bogeys with 9 birdies on the day. What did you see out of Owen out there?
Well, a couple of things. I have to start off by saying I'm seeing some fantastic distance drives out of Owen Scoggins. She's using overstable discs and putting more drastic angles on it, getting full flex. And we saw on hole 18 her with the longest drive. Paige Pierce stoked about beating the corner. Ella Hansen better yet than Paige. And then Owen driving it the farthest. Owen is in a solid mind frame. She has a couple of major titles under her belt, and she's hungry. She wants to stay on top, and we also heard her say earlier this week, I'm home in California. Everything is gold from here on out. So Owen, I see staying on the top card throughout the weekend.
Let's see what else Owen had to say after her round.
Scoggins, Owen, you're off the course with a 7 under round 1. You're in a 4-way tie for the lead. A great show with you and Ella and Paige on the feature card today, all posting hot rounds. What was the experience like?
You know what? When you have a good good card, it's build the best of you. You know, I was friend of them, and then they give me a good vibe, good energy. So that's why I think it's a big reason to make me like play so good, and I enjoy company. You know, and then the weather was so nice, and here's the thing, like I'm not OB much today. That's why it's the reason I shot under 7 under. So.
Well, 7 under with 2 bogeys. That means 9 birdies. How close do you feel you were to maxing out the birdies on the course today?
It's crazy. This year when I come back, I think I'm probably throw like 10 feet further. So that's mean a lot. I just feel like the course was changed in very good way for all of us. And a lot of hole is good for my sidearm. And then also I can go with the backhand. It just pretty much like I play like quite smart. It's just some couple hole I'm kind of like, you know. But the court was made for me better this year, and then I'm a little bit throw further, and my putting was okay today. So yeah, everything just come together today. Very happy.
Well, you'll be on the lead card tomorrow with Paige, with Ella, also with Emily Beach, who doesn't have as much experience on these lead cards. What advice would you give to a player who's maybe getting a first taste of the attention that comes with the lead card?
I just gonna telling her, just do it, girl. No need to be scared of anything, because she's a good player. She needs to just do it. Like, you know, nothing can stop her. I hope she plays so well. I hope everyone plays so well tomorrow, because we want to win when your competitor is in the best round too. That is very good feeling to win. So I want to just telling her, you can do it, you can win everything, and she have to go for it.
It's great advice for Emily. It's great advice for everybody listening out there. So, Owen, thank you so much. Congrats on the great opening rounds.
Thank you so much.
We get another look at the leaderboard at the top. We see our chase card for tomorrow. Natalie Ryan, Zoe Andyke, Jessica Weiss, and Deanne Carey, part of an additional grouping there, tied at 7th place. A lot of people still in the hunt here after day number 1. After the break, we will hear from Zoe Andyke. We'll also talk a little bit about our other leader who we haven't mentioned yet, one and only Paige Pierce. Back after this on the Disc Golf Network.
She's done it. Kristen Tatar.
Champion Open at Austin.
Paige Pierce.
Back with Tournament Central from Swenson Park, the OTB Open presented by MVP Disc Sports, wrapping up day number 1. And one of the leaders we have not yet talked about, Zoe, Paige Pierce. And I'm most impressed with Paige's finish to her opening round. 4 birdies in a row. The last puts her atop the leaderboard. She's playing through injury, but says she feels great. What did you see?
I think the entire world was wondering, how is this muscle strain or this tendonitis going to affect her? Has she had enough time off? And we heard it in the post-round interview live. Paige is feeling fine. Paige is feeling comfortable. And in fact, she was already back to the old Paige Pierce that we've heard before, evaluating putts missed and things that she can clean up for tomorrow. She even alluded to a rookie mistake in not having backup water discs. I think we have Paige Pierce back, and we have her in a very good and healthy place.
She certainly seems very, very focused, and she seems to have the endurance that it takes to finish on this very long track here at Swenson Park. Another player that we want to mention is Zoe Andyke, coming off of that first victory at the elite level earlier this year and now coming off of a long layoff. She gets right back into the hunt on a course that seems to suit her game. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Zoe can throw it pretty far, and she's got some good experience even for being such a young athlete. She's been playing for so many years that a course like this is going to shape up well for Zoe. She's playing smart golf, and she's got good distance.
We're able to see here in her replays the way that she's able to shorten her run up and focus on control because she's got enough power. Also, some circle 2 makes. We had a chance to catch up with Zoe Andyke.
We're here with Zoe Andyke. Zoe, you're off the course with a 4 under 63, a really solid opening round. A little trouble in the middle. Just tell us a little bit about the ups and downs of the round.
So I see the trouble was noticeable enough. I thought I was keeping it under wraps well enough. But yeah, I surprised myself with a bit of a hot start. I wasn't really expecting it. I was feeling a little bit nervous kind of going into today. So as I was stepping up on to that stage and throwing hole 1, I know that I had practiced and parked that, but there's always that little fluster of like, oh no, what if I somehow do a random thing that I've never done before and accidentally like yeet it into another fairway. So I was feeling a little bit of nerves, so I was definitely surprised myself in like showing up in that front 9 and just kind of starting off really well and executing some of those putts. And then I think the nerves just kind of like, they kind of come in swells almost, you know, you never really know. You could get it on hole 8 or hole, 14. The nerves can kind of creep into your mindset a little bit. So I think that was just a little bit of the nerves that I was able to push through in the beginning, maybe kind of like resurfacing a little bit, and they're like, oh, you're doing well, you better worry about it. So I'm really pleased that I was able to kind of like push through a little bit of that, resistance, a little bit of that kind of rub that you can feel. I think that's a ball golf term, a little bit of the rub that the course kind of gives you. And so I was really stoked that I was able to not only move out of that little rough patch, but then also manage to score a couple more birdies, after that. So, mischief managed to a degree.
Mischief managed indeed. And I know everyone's looking to get off the course with a birdie. A birdie is nice on 18. You had a great drive off the tee, but you landed in a tough spot, kind of blocked by one of these large trees. Didn't have a great look, but you pulled out your putter. You methodically went about and got a par. Tell us about the thought process there and just how much thinking is demanded by this course.
Well, I would say I feel like there was a lot more thinking done like during my practice rounds. At least that's kind of what I try to do is set myself up to just kind of cruise through when the tournament round comes and minimize that kind of like cognition that just burns calories out here in the sun, especially on these long courses. So on 18 in particular, I had practiced both ways, and I knew where I wanted to be in order to run the green for my second shot, and that was certainly not it. That tree definitely gave me a little bit of trouble, but I have this like beautifully seasoned deputy that like knows no left. It knows no hyzer. It literally, if I throw it out straight, I can be so confident that it's just gonna like curve around. So for me, that was a bit of a backyard shot, kind of like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna
aim it to I have little sticks in my backyard, so it was just kind of a little bit of approach. It was the third shot that I think was a little bit more pressure in my opinion. And I ran it a little bit long, so I was like, oof, threw it a little bit too far, but it ended up working really well, and I was able to execute that last putt, which was definitely not a gimme.
All right, well, just to save our editors a little grief, I'm just going to say thanks again, Cy, and congrats on a great opening round. Best of luck the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much. I'll take any luck I can get.
Thank you very much.
Lots of players still in the hunt, of course. And Zoe, you made mention earlier this afternoon, or this morning rather, that players knew they needed to get off to a good start given the excellent scoring conditions, and many did. That said, what are your expectations for tomorrow as we move into moving day?
Well, Grant, I think we're going to see some pretty similar, if not even just a couple of strokes better, hot scores. 7, 8, and potentially even a 9 down is out there. Nobody lit it up and nobody claimed that they had their best day. There was some comfortable play out there, but I'm seriously looking to see some players on moving day become a little more aggressive out there and maybe run some more dangerous shots.
Well, if you're anywhere except for the West Coast, you can join us tomorrow for brunch with Tournament Central as we kick things off tomorrow morning for round number 2 in the FPO division. In the meantime, stay nearby. Here in just a little while in this afternoon's round, we will kick things off right back here on Tournament Central before the men play right here on the Disc Golf Network. So keep close by, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks for watching.